All right, there we go. There's the microphone. I wonder if tracker music from 1999 would get me a copyright strike. What's up, Angry Pizza? Man, I want to get an Angry Pizza. I should get one tonight. No, maybe not. I had spicy ramen for lunch, so I've got to watch it. One of these days, I'm gonna get a fucking ulcer from all the spicy food that I eat. This has gone on long enough. This desk is way too much of a mess. I need to be much cleaner and more organized. So what I'm going to do is start another project. That's how it goes, I guess. I have these 12-volt power supplies that I really want to use to build like a test stand, so I don't have to have all the cables and wires and stuff can at least be a little bit more organized and plug-inable while we work through this thing. I've made some progress with the reverse engineering stuff. I spread out to all 3 screens on this computer, and it was pretty good while it lasted. And then I ran into this, and I got completely fucking flustered. Can't make a recovery file. Control S. There we go. Just make sure to save like all the time, because this computer is fixing for a restart. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, what's going on? Acid Lab? 290 euro on the website Acid Lab. Oh wait, that's from last stream. Yeah. That was the cost of the M303. I only have 1 chat message. I'm not popular enough for people to be chatting all up in my place. So the white lines that you see there, those white highlights, are this circuit. And there's a test point on this circuit. It's right here on this 22 ohm resistor, right? So you would think that this is part and parcel to where all of the oscillations are coming from. This would be responsible for creating the wibbling waves that propagate throughout the rest of the device. And, you know, every part of a circuit is necessary. Every single part. Every part of a circuit is necessary. Every part. There's no unnecessary stuff in this circuit. The unnecessary stuff is not populated because we're talking about a circuit that's being built for maximum profits. I need to get a haircut. This humidity is really fucking up with my hair. Look at this hair. It's ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, every part of the circuit is precious and important. Oops, that's the wrong monitor. Every single part. Even this one. That one right there. So what I'm left with is this cluster of circuitry that doesn't go anywhere. This is it. This is the whole circuit. There's nothing else interacting with it. I got all this stuff. I've been so busy getting this circuit together. We've got all this stuff mapped out. Look at all of it. I even did a little bit of the filter, the ladder filter, which is the second to last stage that this thing goes through. And I would sure love to track this all the way back to an output and get the rest of this design down so that I can go through it piece by piece and make sure that everything is working. Now that I've got it mapped out, what I can do is I can come in and I say, oh, well, let's take a look at the saw wave. Let's disconnect the saw wave so that I can see it elsewhere. Or I can come in and say, okay, well, is this thing amplifying properly? What does the voltage look like on pin 8? What software is this? This is Fusion 360. It's AutoCAD, and it's free. There's some limitations. There's motion at your garage. Great. There's some limitations to the software in the free edition. I use an educational license because I'm a liar. No, I use it because I'm educating you guys. I don't know how legal that is, but they've not challenged me on it, and I hope they never do. But the educational version has a lot of stuff unlocked, so I'm not on an equal playing field with you guys. If anything ever comes up, I'll go back to using the free version, the free license for it, and that will have the limitations so that you guys can see what it's like to work with it with the limitations. I have been offered a creator's license for this, as long as I do 1 video a month that involves AutoCAD. And I haven't responded to that email because I think that's somewhat misleading. I'm not here to show off what AutoCAD can do when it's the $300 a month version. I'm not here to show that off. I would use all the free CAD versions of tools, but AutoCAD is what I cut my teeth in. It's what I know how to use. Is KiCad any good? They all have their limitations. They all have their annoyances. What the heck? Pendleton Ward rating with a party of 44. Oh my God, it's the curse of Oatmeal Man. Hi, welcome to my shop. I'm going over something right. Well, not going over. I'm talking about my frustrations in reverse engineering the circuit, but I have a story to tell about Adventure Time. They had a circuit on their show at one point. It was on a big blackboard, and I had to go back and pause, and I took a look at it, and it's a guitar pedal circuit. It took me a while to figure out. It's a vacuum tube guitar pedal. I always love it when they use real circuit diagrams in stuff like that. I've seen ones that are fake too. They're ones that they're just making up and kind of drawing what a schematic would look like. But hey, Pendleton Ward, I am a big fan. It is awesome to see you guys here. I run this little tiny little shop. It is a room in my house with all of, well, my house. It's a room in the house that contains literally everything that I ever own. It's all my stuff. The big claim to fame around here is this unfinished project, and we've had 2 versions of that unfinished project actually go full through to fruition. What it is it is a board on my wall with an XY axis on it. It's a laser etching table that I've strapped to the wall, and when people subscribe to the channel, this thing comes to life and it burns their names onto a plank of wood, which is funny because Twitch names, as you may know, get kind of spicy. So the board gets a little spicy. This is the 3rd version of the board. I'm still working on it. This has taken way too much time. I've been working on this for like a year. I've been interspersing it with other projects. And today, specifically, we are working on something that's going to help me with synthesizers, with modular synthesizers. My buddy Julian is a musical artist kind of person. And he actually keyed me into the fact that these modules, these synthesizer modules, you put them together, and then you plug them all into each other, right? It's like a little walled garden of stuff that you can do. I discovered that you can just buy the circuit boards. And when you just buy the circuit boards, you don't get any other information about the module. You know what the module is, you know who made it. You can't contact who made it because you don't want to bother them because they're giving their designs away for free because they want to get out of the game or something like that. That's what these Mutable Instruments ones are like. So you have to buy all the parts, you have to solder them all together, get them all tested, tuned, working, all on your own. It's basically, here's the circuit board, good luck, asshole. And so I thought that was amazing, and I've been slowly putting together all these modules to learn about synthesizers and how they work, and make some cool music. We love modular synthesizers, heck yeah. How you guys doing? Well, that's a curveball that Oatmeal Man just threw me. I've known Oats for a while. We've met up once in Philadelphia. Let me see what the Raiders are saying. Yeah, we're listening to tracker music from 1999. I can barely hear it, but it's not gonna show on the VOD. It's on its own little like censored channel. It's hella cool. I've only ever bought those, making them yourself. Yeah, it's like DIY guitar pedals. It's really cool. I actually love it a lot because I haven't been involved in music lately. You know, art, music, and all that stuff. I always relate it into engineering. I pull it into my realm. But we do, like, so you guys don't know me. I've been doing Twitch and projects for a long time. My current push is to try to kind of settle out some projects and get stuff done. But we do like electrical engineering stuff here, and that often takes us in the direction of mechanical engineering and all kinds of other stuff. I like to do zany things, but we've had a couple projects that have been a bit more cerebral that I've kind of had to hunker down and finish. And while it's going on, it's just like the numbers drop off, and you're like, people don't like finishing projects. It's a lot. Are you into speakers and subs and stuff? Not unreasonably so. I know like this much about it. I basically bought studio monitors for my big computer, and then I'm done. Like, you can just dump money into stuff like that, and I don't have money to dump. So I basically discovered Shit Audio, SCHITT, Shit Audio, and it's affordable, like, nice stuff for audio things. That's where I sort of draw the line. I don't get any fancier than that. How's everybody doing? Yeah, so that's kind of what we're doing today. I just started stream, so I'm still kind of getting my bearings and chatting with everybody. I've always been interested in how technology works, but it's very complicated if you want it to be. It can also be very simple if you want it to be, and it can also be very dangerous if you want it to be. One of the things that I talk about a lot is starting out in electrical engineering. We get a lot of questions about people starting out, and I haven't started out in electrical engineering since 1995. Like, I have done this stuff since I was a teenager, and I'm an old man now. But anyway, starting off is always pretty crazy. I don't know how you get started these days, but one thing is clear: you should not trust old books. Old books, their first project is like, get a 1 to 10 transformer and plug it into the wall. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute, whoa, this is your first lesson? They're trying to make 12 volts AC and then rectify that into normal voltage that you can use for lower voltage projects, and they always involve plugging it in directly into the power socket. It's like, we don't do that anymore. Everything, like digital electronics, is a great place to start off, because then you plug a wall wart into the wall, you have 5 volts to play with. It won't blow up any components, and it won't pop a capacitor, which can... Popping capacitors can store a lot of energy. They can hurt you. So I love music, but I don't know much about digital stuff. Well, I love music, and I don't know much about analog stuff, and that's sort of where my stream has stalled over the past couple weeks, is because my buddy Dave blew up his synthesizer. I'll tell you exactly how. Well, actually, these aren't supposed to be on this side of the board. We've been working on this for so long. This is an M303. This is the fellas at acidlabs.de created this module in order to replicate almost precisely, as precise as Germans get, the Germans, to replicate the sound that's coming out of a 303, but have it in a modular synthesizer module. So basically, they took the design of the 303, found modern components for it because the components had gone out of production, and then they created this thing with ins and outs that relate to modular synthesizer voltages. Not an easy thing to do. One thing they did do, though, is they scratched off the ICs. So this comes to my 10-year career of reverse engineering IEDs when you don't know what the IC is. Because remember, integrated circuits, they pretty much define what your thing does, right? You know your ins and outs, you know what's going on there. You have chips that perform tasks or have specific things that they do, right? And so you figure out what the chips are. That's going to give you an overview of what the thing does and how it does it. And then you drill in and you figure out what all the connections are, and that'll tell you specifically how they do what they do, right? So when we don't know what a chip is, we have to look at things like, where is the voltage coming into the chip? What pins does it use? What unique stuff is around the chip? What is the function in this part of the whole circuit? I don't have a schematic of this thing, so it's actually very tough to figure out what's going on. We do have the schematic of the TB303, which is what this is based on. So there's a lot of similarities between the schematic we have and the module we have, but I've had to go in and specifically reverse engineer the circuit piece for piece so that we can test it. Everything I've tried to do to this, I've replaced a bunch of parts in it and stuff. Everything I've tried to do hasn't made it work. I'm so mad at this thing. The reason that it exploded, you reverse engineered, now you're going to diffuse it. Well, I haven't reverse engineered it yet. I'm going through it at the moment. I'm just not going to, you guys aren't going to be subject to that today. It's a fairly boring process, and I have done it on stream where I'm going through piece by piece and figuring out where everything goes. I mean, if you want to see the true art of this stream, I took images of the front and back of the board and flipped one, and then figured out where all of the traces are going so that I have this working document that I can move through and actually put down on a page. Because remember, this is the circuit. The circuit is what's physically there. The schematic is designed to communicate what the connections are to another engineer. So if I'm looking at something that looks like this, I say, well, that's an op amp. I don't know what the hell's going on. If I look at an actual schematic, I can go, oh, that op amp is a buffer, or that op amp is a buffer, or that op amp is a buffer. Wait a minute. These are all just buffers. Hold on. Wait, that one. This one is a question mark. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Op amps compare voltages between two pins. So if we're comparing a voltage between two pins, this is an inverting amplifier with a... I don't know what the hell's going on here. This is some kind of an oscillator, but what I was saying at the beginning of stream, this thing killed me because it's not connected to anything. And you don't just put superfluous stuff into your design. You can save money by not putting that stuff in there. So you obviously wouldn't put it in there if it's not doing anything. This isn't connected to any part of the circuit. And I double checked and I redouble checked to the point where I highlighted the connections. And I found it to be doing exactly what I thought it was doing, which is very, very confusing to me. I am extremely confused. It's just another buff. Yeah, it's probably another buffer. It's probably just buffing again. They're going to buff it until it shines. Yeah, so this has been hell. This has been very difficult for me to go through. This is the type of stuff that we get into on this stream. I mean, like, I bought an RC car and put it together. That was kind of fun. But we do a lot of, like, electrical-y stuff. I even built the filter, the ladder filter from the M303. I built it on a solderless breadboard. Let me find out where's that schematic? Yeah, here's the original TB303. Roland was nice, and they put out a bunch of documents about how to work on their synthesizer. So I actually have Roland's schematics for the TB303, and here's the diode ladder filter, looking quite a bit like a penis. But this is the ladder filter that we put together, and I actually made it on this board. Oh, I didn't finish. I've been so rattled by the raid, because look, it's like, you know, fucking Pendleton Moore. That's fucking crazy. Dude, holy crap. Anyway, yeah, so here's the ladder filter. We built it, and I actually had Julian plug into this with a synthesizer and use it. It's a red herring. It's there to keep me from figuring out what the circuit is. Not only have we shaved off the identity on these chips, we have incorporated several traps for you. Yeah, I've been calling it the penis ladder filter. This is the power plug. In a modular synthesizer, just about the only thing that they've figured out. The whole point of modular synthesizers is that it's a walled garden. So if you plug a headphone cable into one thing and another thing, you're not going to blow it up, right? You're not going to overvolt anything. If you do plug your modular synthesizer into like an outside speaker without an attenuator, you might blow up the speaker because the voltage levels are pretty high inside of a modular synthesizer. But in a modular synthesizer, you plug stuff in, and you plug in like oscillators that take up the task of moving a knob back and forth, and you eventually make cool sounds, right? And you push buttons and make some noise, blah, blah, blah. Well, all of that has been standardized in voltage levels, and the back of the device takes in a certain power, certain amounts of power at certain voltage levels, and it does this with a flat cable connector. Now, this is not a standard flat cable connector. They usually look something like this, although a little longer. I bought these and they're too short. You would have a 10-pin cable. The additional pins are just there's like another voltage level, and there's like control signals that you can run inside of your modular, inside of the synthesizer. But pretty much nobody does that. You shouldn't really do that. It's just, the whole point of it is plus 12 volts ground, minus 12 volts. So it's plus minus 12 volts with a ground in the middle. That means it's a 24 volt system with a 6 volt ground. You know, voltages are all relative. It's all potentials back and forth. But anyway, what Acid Labs decided to do is have all those pins in there, but with their own special proprietary connector that does the minus 12 ground, plus 12 on 10 of the pins. So if you're going to plug it into your normal modular synthesizer, you can do that. Problem is, you need to plug it in like this. Like that. They gave you a special connector, and the special connector's claim to fame is that, there it is. The special connector's claim to fame is that it's got, instead of a normal insulation displacement cable, IDC cable, stop shaking, the normal IDC cable does not allow you to plug it in offset. You can't do that. So they give you a special one that you're allowed to plug in offset without any text to tell you what you're supposed to be doing here. No markings at all. They could have put just like a minus 12 right there to tell you. You're supposed to plug it in. You're supposed to know that you're supposed to plug it in like this. They even have space on the board to put like a keyed connector to keep this from happening. Engineers are puzzle perverts. It's true. It's true, you filthy puzzle pervert. Yeah, so anyway, it's pretty common to plug these things in wrong. So common, in fact, that the engineers that produce the module and constantly have to fix them made a working document and I don't have a copy of the document right now. They made a copy of the document. Somebody linked it to me in chat, and I have no idea where they found it from. They made a PDF document that displays exactly the components that you're supposed to flip, that you're supposed to take out and put new ones in order to fix it from this very error. And I wish I had gotten it sooner, because by the time I got that document, I had already accidentally plugged in the 2 boards that make this thing upside down, because they're symmetrical. Why would you make them symmetrical? Why would you do this? They're symmetrical, and if you plug them in wrong, you break it even further. So this is entirely my fault that this thing doesn't work. I've been working on this for weeks. I'm sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to blow up your synthesizer in a new and unique way that is not detailed in the working documents that Acid Labs has. So it's a little complicated. There's a lot of work here. What are you guys saying? We've been trying to get through it in the past couple weeks. The soldering dots and grid paths are what make it look visually complicated. Well, I mean, not only is it visually complicated, it is just regular complicated. The purpose of a schematic is to communicate to another engineer what the functionality of an area is. If I'm looking at this here, I can say that this amplifier is plugged into 2, we had to look up that part, but this thing right here with the arrows is apparently, it's a voltage operated switch. And so what they're doing is they're taking that 0.22 capacitor and they're either putting it on the input or the output from this circuit. The purpose of this transistor here and this transistor here is to switch those elements, but switch them opposite, to opposite potentials, down through the resistors. So like, that is communicated to me by looking at these hieroglyphics. I generally, when I'm building a schematic, I generally want to go from the upper left to the lower right in terms of functionality. What Roland has done is they put all the ins and outs over here, and that makes it a little bit more complicated to find what exactly is going on here. It kind of rearranges things a little bit, and they decided to squish it down and put it all on one page. They decided that they wanted to save trees and paper resources by making this thing hideous and hard to read. Whereas what I'm doing in the CAD software is I am trying to pull out all of the functional areas of this thing and make them communicate a little better what's going on. For instance, this right here, you can see that on the left of this part of the circuit, you have stuff coming in, and on the right, you have stuff going out. What this basically is mixing voltage levels in order to control an oscillator. So yeah, electronics, I mean, people, this is intimidating. This is intimidating. But as a whole, I try to keep it a little bit less than intimidating around here. I try to bring you guys along with me. Is that hieroglyphics? What? Wait a minute. Rip Dave. Poor Dave. Yeah, Dave did blow up his synthesizer, but then I super blew it up. I made sure it was dead. So I've done Blender a bit. Looks pretty similar. I'm always wondering, yeah, Blender has all of those like boxes that you connect with the lines on them in order to give things like kinematics. This is a 3D design program, actually. I have a lot of stuff in here, and some of it gets very complicated, but one of the things in here is the files that make up the control panel for the board on the wall. And so we've been working a lot with that. I've been getting bogged down because like I don't have a manager giving me a deadline, you know. Paths of related effects. That's pretty cool. I mean, that's a lot similar to the modular synthesizer thing, and I barely understand how they function. I've put together a bunch of modules, I've gotten them running. I can do the most complicated thing. I can't make music with it. I tried. It sounded like marching drums. It was like bump, bump, bada bump, bump, bada da da da, dun, dun. And I'm like, what am I doing here? Like, so I need filters and stuff. Anyone got the penis hieroglyphic on hand? Just look up diode ladder filter. So what we're doing today is related to all of this stuff, but it's a little different. So I'm gonna turn down the music. We'll stop the music. I'll get rid of start stone. I still got my mustache is super spicy from eating bulldog noodles. I had the habanero ones, and they were actually surprisingly good. You always got to drop an egg in it, though. Okay, so welcome to my shop. We've got just a ton of stuff going on. I have, as usual, way too much mess covering absolutely everything in here. The milling machine is sad. It's sad. It's getting rusty. We haven't used it in a long time. Oh, the s'mores cup of noodle really scares me. Actually, one of the ones that was shockingly good in the Bulldog noodle variety pack, shockingly good, was the 4-cheese noodles. It's basically, it's like instant mac, but you have ramen noodles, and then you also have the Bulldog spice pack, which is just, they should just sell that on its own. But that, they were surprisingly good. I've found the Bulldog noodles are like right at the spice level that I enjoy. It's just a little bit challenging, but there's a lot of flavor in there. So I actually rate them above Mama Noodles. Mama Noodles are more peppery, but I'm actually really like the Bulldog. I got to shop. I got to go welding at work, so have fun. Have fun welding. I gave up my welder. I actually gave it to a friend of mine, and now my car is starting to rust again. So I'm very angry. I'm very angry that I gave up that welder when I did. I need to get it working again and weld the bottom of my car back on. I'll get there. I'll get there, maybe, or I'll just take it to a shop. I think I'm just going to take it to a shop. It's going to be super expensive, though. It's not that big of a welding job. Anyway, yeah, so stuff in shop. I've got mess. The mess is ever expanding, and it's always just kind of getting to a point where I've had enough of it. We need to do big cleanup in the corner over there. We need to pull apart the milling machine and put it back together. I need to get more projects done. So naturally, what we do in this situation, when the messes start piling up, when the circuits get too confusing to move on with, when my computer is dilapidated and overstuffed with files, when the screwdrivers fall down from the magnet hanger, we start a new project. Of course, that's the way to go. So let's start a new project. What I'd like to do is be able to put a module into a small case instead of having my power supply plugged in with all this stuff connected to it. Now, I don't have any ammeters. I don't have any voltmeters like lying around, and I am not going to buy more. When you have tons of money, how big and messy would your shop be? My shop would not be messy if I had tons of money. If I had tons of money, I would spread out in like a warehouse. I'd get like a brick warehouse somewhere, and I would have shelves and storage all over. Like the, what was that game? Teardown. Like that. That's where I would live. In a hammock. It'd be so awesome. Anyway, so yeah. I need something that's going to hold up the M303. I already have, we kind of modified this thing so that I could plug flat cables into these connectors. That's why they're flipped on the other side of the board, just because that's how the flat cables go together. You could do anything, bro. Hey, well, a little bolus of 44 viewers is pretty nice, and especially coming from one of my favorite creators out there. I should say, yeah, it's insane. I used to, when I was living in DC, I used to build drones and just put Adventure Time on as background. It's actually kind of like, it's pretty trippy how your absolute favorite content creator is just some guy streaming on Twitch. 79 bits. Hey, Cinnabon number 2. Thank you so much. Appreciate those bits. Yeah, listen, we used to have all kinds of cool stuff here, and it's all fallen apart around me. And so I'm trying to pick up the pieces of the non-functionality, the non-functional pieces of this shop. One of the cool things that we used to have that we don't anymore, we had a fart machine. My fart box. We had a fart box. I had something where you could redeem channel points, and it would make 1 of 9 random fart noises. So I had this little box that would just sit over there and go every now and then. Every time my butt was shown on stream, like if I'm reaching to get something and or the camera falls or something like that, they would send out like an avalanche, a fartalanche of farts. I'm working on fixing that. The problem is, in order to expand the interactivity layer of this shop, in order to have all of the stuff out there that you can interact with and control, what I'd like to do is get all of that in one place, because these certificates like expire and then the thing doesn't work anymore. So I've been working on doing that. In doing that, basically yak shaving 101. In order to do this thing, I need to do this thing, and then I need to do this thing in order to do that thing, and then that thing requires this. That's what I've been dealing with. So my whole file server got upgraded. I need to figure out what's called MQTT. There needs to be an MQTT broker so that I can use Node-RED. I know you guys don't understand any of this stuff, but Node-RED in order to make that interactivity layer using a Twitch plugin. And once I do that, I might be able to have a profanity filter on it, so I can watch your profanity and not actually have, like, you know, Mr. Ball Gargler 95 end up on the board. The thing is, The board exists exactly to do that. That's why I built the board, is because Ball Gargler 95 can get their name gifted as a sub, and it will end up on a nice swanky looking block of wood. And by the way, that example is tame compared to the names that we've seen go up here in the past. So yeah, that is not a unique example, and that's actually a fairly tame example of the names that you find out there. And people like actively search. They're like, I gotta find the worst possible Twitch name, and I'm like, well, you know, Twitch would have banned it if it was an illegal name. So I do need to have a master kill switch, like a button that'll just dump the name, so that I can have a couple, like just a little bit of the chance, because somebody put like a doxing name up there, and I was like, what are you doing? And I had to go get sandpaper and sand it off, and then I had to delete it from the database and stuff. It was rough. Anti-synthetic names. Yeah, so anyway, today what I would like to do is build something that holds a module for me, basically. And I probably want it to have an actual like a circuit board in it that has a power supply and creates the plus minus 12 volts that I need in order to test the modules. There are other things that I probably want out of this, but I think we should start with MakerBeam. Put it on a flight stick to shoot off the list. I was thinking of having just like a little router bit that can drop down and just blast away a name. But the just a kill switch so I can catch it early. That's probably something that I should build into the new one. I can do that in Node-RED probably with a little MQTT thing, and it'll be like this name, and I'm like, kill it. Or not, I don't know. I could just do it Bush League as I have before, and just after stream quietly sand it off. All right, so this starts with MakerBeam. Let me get MakerBeam. I don't know if y'all are familiar with MakerBeam. MakerBeam's actually pretty cool. It's expensive for what it is, but I mean, that's the price you pay, right? It is basically an aluminum extrusion and brackets, a system of brackets, and so you can put stuff together pretty handily with MakerBeam. My MakerBeam bin has gotten kind of gross over the years, but I could probably do with a clean out of this one. But yeah, MakerBeam, it's this cool little aluminum extrusion, and you put things together with it, and it creates cool stuff. One of the things is, with all of my automation broken, with the fart box broken, my light also doesn't automatically turn off and on. That was one of the original automations that we built for the shop, was when I flip to this camera, that automatically turns off so that you guys aren't getting flash banged by my my setup here. So once I get that back, I'll be able to put more stuff, more automated stuff, including calibrating my whole stream and getting all the windows to where I need them to be, because we dual stream. Oh crap, hold on guys, I got distracted. I didn't put the YouTube people up. Oh no, we've missed out on an entire vector. Hold on, my corgi is barking at the door. She doesn't come down and visit me anymore. I don't think she really likes me. That was a good thumbnail. That was a good thumbnail. I don't know if you guys saw that. What's up, Bongai? And Skill is used. That's a good name. What have I missed? Not much. And Madamu, how you doing? Okay, let's pop you guys out. Let's pop this chat out. Is this muted? Yeah, okay. Pop that out, and then you guys will be able to be on screen. Pop oot. There we go. Consider yourselves popped. You guys are popping. Look at all these raiders. Holy shit. Pendleton Ward, thank you. Connects isn't for adults. Actually, my old college, Drexel University, I think it was the guy who made Connects was from Drexel. So there was some kind of like a Connects endowment to the university. So we had to do engineering projects in Connects in the early 2000s. Gave my old Connects to my nephew. Here, kid, have some thumb injuries. That stuff hurts. That hurts. Connects? Are you kidding me? You're like, I'm going to build something with Connects. Ow, I can't touch anything anymore. The other toy thing was an erector set. Why don't use that word? Why are you using that word, you weird pervert? Yeah, erector sets are what engineers used to build everything out of. And then there's Lego, and Lego was down in the dumps. They were not creating the kind of profit or change in profit that they wanted to from their technology, from their Lego technology. And so they went and they talked to a bunch of consultants, and the consultants went, hey, why don't you make like an educational robotics thing with your Connects or your Technics? And then Lego made a ton of money off of that. So Lego is another thing that you can use. This is MakerBeam. MakerBeam is a little bit more robust than a plastic toy. It's not quite an erector set. I don't know if you can even find those anymore. This is an open source project. I bought most of the stuff off of Amazon, and you can get varying sizes of beams. Now you can cut these beams on your own, but you have to tap, you'll need to be able to tap into the end there. And the cutting tools that I had at the time were not making clean cuts. I had to put these on the milling machine in order to make the cuts. I now have a chop saw. I spent a lot of money on it. You know, streaming for a while means that you guys get to contribute to cool things like this nice oscilloscope that puts a really nice image up on screen. That kind of stuff is sort of important, and I put a little bit of money aside from every Twitch paycheck so that every now and then I can get a big ticket item that's going to help me out. So I bought a chop saw, and I haven't used it in like a year. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. We're going to build a CNC machine. It's called the POS CNC, and it uses a point of sale cash drawer as its electronics housing. So we're going to build that eventually. It's not a hard project to do. I bought some stuff on Amazon Prime Day that'll make up the Z-axis for that. So we'll get that one underway, and it'll probably come out nicely. Yeah, the POS CNC, the point of sale CNC. CNCs are pretty easy to make if you've got a lot of like motion parts, and that's the kind of stuff that people like me in Uo's lab collect like constantly. We should be doing more zany Uo's lab style stuff. I wanted to do pneumatics today, but I don't know where all my stuff is. It's distributed throughout the shop, and I would have to dig around in bins a little bit. So maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Maybe I'll have a little bit more freedom tomorrow to make a bunch of noise, and we can do like pneumatic stuff. I want to build a can crusher, and I probably can't. My cylinder, my gas cylinders come from an old light packing machine. What I mean by that is there's a company that a friend of mine worked for that took those like ceiling grids, and these are just the plastic grid, but they would take them, well, at least this machine, they did a bunch of stuff, but this was specifically their like light stuff, ceiling packing. It would push them in as a stack and then push them into a cardboard box. But that machine fell off the truck when it was being delivered. So the company replaced a couple of the components of it. So I have pneumatic cylinders that are set up to push stuff, and then I have a giant 600 millimeter linear actuator that's designed to just move back and forth. It's like I can move it to any position. If I could find 5 more of them, I could build it like a giant motion rig for like, you know, like simulation stuff. That's all I can think to do with this thing. It's like, what am I going to do with it? Maybe I can make a standing sitting desk that all like lowers and raises itself. The system of the camera on the X and Y wires. I mean, my cameras are very near and dear to me. This is pretty much does all that I wanted to do. Yeah, the only problem is I can't find more giant linear actuators. And I'd probably want ones with a similar design. We once hooked that thing up to a motor controller that I had, and I clamped it to the desk, and I had a block of wood on my shoulder, and it was pushing me backwards, all 200 and some pounds, 270 pounds of me being pushed back with this linear actuator. It's pretty crazy. But I don't really know what to do with that. Anywho, it was cool because I got like, the guy was like, oh, you know electrical stuff? Want this? And he shows me this linear actuator, and I'm just like looking at it like, if I look this thing up on eBay, I am gonna pass out from how much this thing probably costs. Like industrial parts are amazing because you can find them all over eBay for cheap, but some stuff you just can't find for cheap. This thing was probably worth at least $5,000 new. Insane. I should contact the company and be like, hey. No, actually, you know what? I think it's Alan Bradley, and Alan Bradley probably doesn't care about me. They probably don't. Hey, I have like 5 people who watch me on Twitch. Can I have a $5,000 linear actuator or 5? No, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Anyway, Maker Beam is cool. It's this aluminum extrusion that has a particular profile, right? It has this particular profile. That profile is this weird looking little X. It's this weird looking little X with a, okay, hold on, there's a little shaky today. Weird looking little aluminum anodized X kind of thing. And what that's designed to do, that little trough right there, which propagates along the entire thing, is designed to interface with the specific Maker Beam bolts. It's not threaded all the way through. It's threaded like just a little bit, and then there's just like open tube in the middle. Boy howdy, if this thing was threaded all the way through, you can't do that. Like, this thing would be 7 times the cost of what it is right now. Because yeah, threading that all the way through would require some kind of an insane extrusion setup. But yeah, so that little trough interfaces with these square bolts. They got a hex key, hex end in them too, but they've ground these stainless steel bolts down to have this particular square profile. You want to mold it all the way through? Oh my God. That fits the bolt. So the bolt can now slide up and down this extrusion and it won't turn, which means you can put on a bracket and bolt it in, and the bracket holds it in. It's pretty cool stuff. And this is relatively strong. If you use them properly, they're relatively strong. I mean, the extrusions themselves are strong-ish. You know, they're not too liable to bend. And so you can use that to get out. All right. Okay, I'm back. It's like a lot. Yeah, there's a couple different all right, I'm back. The connector dropped out. It does that sometimes. So, I built my own mic pack. This is a microphone line with 90 volts on it, whatever, phantom power on it. So this right here comes in to a custom circuit that I built specifically for the Electret microphone, and it's sort of a one-to-one reproduction. I have then digital audio filters running on OBS in order to make the mic sound proper, because this is a microphone that a friend of mine sent me. He works audio in New York for like big productions, like TV shows and stuff. And he was like, yeah, I got a spare mic sitting around. I can send you a little lapel. I'm like, oh, cool. And so I get it in the mail and I take it out of the package and I'm like, wait, what is this? Look it up. It's a Tram TR50. It is a $500 microphone. It was like $300 microphone, new. You can get them used for much less than that. I got my spare mic for like $120 from eBay, from like a rental place. So it's not a new mic, my spare, but it's still a spare. It's the one that Julian uses when he comes over. But he sent me like this professional microphone. And so I was like, what do I do? And so we had to look up like how to build like a nice one-to-one reproduction. When I finally plugged everything in and went to test it, I put headphones on and I could hear this. And it sounded like you have to put filters on these microphones. You have to filter out frequencies or else you get from your beard. It is ridiculous. So I have a pretty intense compressor and an EQ running on this mic. But yeah, the fact that it's custom and I use the cursed miniature XLRs mean that if I'm standing on this cable, instead of like breaking my foot, this will just unplug and we won't get audio. So Picatinny is superior to all M-lock and key lock. I don't know about key lock. I haven't messed around with that. I don't really know much about it. I have bubbed up a bug assault. Here, that's over here. Let me grab it. You guys know bug assault? I totally bubbed it up. It used to have like flashlights and stuff all over it. And then I need to print out like a big can to put on the front. Maybe you need beard conditioner. My beard is incredibly soft. You take that back. But yeah, this is for, by the way, this is only good for flies. If you try to use it on a very large spider, the spider is just mad at you. Don't use this on a very large spider. It just makes the spider mad. Where's the dot on this? Did this run out of batteries? It probably did. Oh no, there's a power button. There it is. Because the bug assault is so accurate. How do I turn this off? An NFA bug assault. There's no stock on it. There's no stock on it, so it is very illegal. If it's already just illegal, then I might as well put a suppressor on it. Which won't do anything. They get mad. 2008 state of the art. Do we see a modular build kit based on profile? That's what this is. What I want to do is I want to make a stand that's going to hold a synthesizer module or two. I mean, maybe that is a good width. And then I want a panel on it that's going to give me a couple different controls that I can plug into everything else. So maybe we will use this anodized stuff, at least on the forward-facing things. That is a little restrictive, though. I think I want it to be a little wider. Let's just see. We're gonna build it out of stuff that I have. I don't wanna like, I don't know. I don't wanna be buying a bunch of stuff for this, right? Plugins. I don't know if I'd call it that. It's more like just a stand. It's just a stand, and then I want to put a power supply in it. And I've got power supply stuff that I can create one with. That would be me burping up habanero noodles. Yes, sir. Wonderful. Okay, anyway, let's get to it. So I need stuff to attach this, and part of the kits for MakerBeam are, I'm down here. I'm trying to welcome to my stream. All right, that's not the right one. Where are the right things? Here, there. Brackets. Bada bing. And then bolts and brackets. What's up, Tango? Oh, here's additional little weird things. See, I should be doing more of what, like, Uo's Lab came along when I was at, like, sort of the deepest, darkest point of my stream and not really creating anything and getting a little bit too into ultra complicated projects. And he kind of recontextualized. I was looking at what he does. He's got, like, 4 or 5 times the amount, maybe 10 times the amount of viewers that I have. And what he's doing in his shop is just basically stapling shit together, and it's funny. And that's what I wanted to do. That's kind of what I wanted to do. It's just that we've been getting into more cerebral stuff. I've been overly proving how smart I am to my audience, and that has sort of like dwindled my viewership a little bit. We need to get back to the board, and I need to get stuff done around here. Today's project is just supposed to be less mentally taxing than all the other stuff that we've worked on, because that circuit has really, really annoyed me. The M303 circuit has really gotten on my nerves, and the mess that it's been creating in this shop has also been getting on my nerves. So this is as much retribution as anything. Did the 303 scream already? Yeah, see, that's the thing, is I don't have the ability to, oh, there's a big thing of hair. Where'd that come from? My head. Oh. I have not been able to actually give that 303 like a gate signal. And I haven't been able to have it like sort of connected to all of the functionality that I want. I have this weird feeling that the 303 is actually fine, that it just works, and that I haven't been able to test it properly. But every time I give it to Dave, he puts it through its paces and he goes, it doesn't work. So anyway, we got to go through it piece by piece, but I would like to do something simple and actually build something today. And I guess I'm not going to involve explosions with that, which is unfortunate, but maybe someday. Maybe someday I'll be able to do some cool little weird projects. And I think maybe tomorrow we do that. We work with pneumatics and I try to crush a can. If I can get this thing done and get the 303 to a point where I can put it like to the side, we can do crazy shit and try not to make too much noise. I'm here alone tomorrow, just me and the corgi. So as much as I don't want to scare her, I do need to do some more fun stuff. Oh, that's right. This is what happened to the goose. The goose I 3D printed. Oh my goodness. Well, it can still hold something. I need to like, maybe I can put a wood screw on that and put it on the corner of the bench. Actually, I think I can. I'll try to find a big wood screw to glue in there, and then I can just mount this on the side of the soldering holding stuff and put something in its mouth. It still has the magnet, so I could probably just put it here for now. There we go. Yep, anyway, that's the 2-hour intro to what I do here. Crazy times. Like, yeah, Oates was talking to me earlier, and he was like, yo, Pendleton Ward is streaming. I'm like, I know, I've got him on my list. And I didn't end up watching any of it. And then he gets into raid? Ridiculous. I hope you guys got your raid's worth out of that. I hope that counts as having paid off. I've had times when I've raided into like Djibouti show, and people from my chat, I just explained that we were talking earlier and you were telling me that Pendleton was streaming, and I'm like, dude, I already follow him, I know. But and just how crazy it is that like a big content creator would raid me like that. I hope you guys got your raids worth, is what I was saying. Oatmeal got raids. Certainly does. But yeah, I've been tootling around in the shop before, and I decided to then raid into Djibouti show, who's vaguely familiar with my existence. We've had Louis on here a lot too. Louis actually sometimes watches this show. But we raided in, and one of my viewers, who was, I guess, here for more of the cerebral kind of stuff, like the calm streaming, the quiet. People don't really mesh well with game streams, right? When I raid into game streams. You finished the memory board you were working on the other day. Hell yeah. I want to see that in the Discord. I want that posted in the Discord. But yeah, I've raided into these channels like Djibouti Show, and somebody who like wasn't really into it for the noise and the screaming was like on no less on their St. Jude charity stream was like, what is this? This doesn't really match my energy. They type into chat. And then Justin reads it. And he's like, what the heck, man? I'm like, no, that was one of my people. Luckily, that was before the raiders were called out in like a little box. But like, what compels you to type that into chat? Oh my God, just close the window. It's why I feel bad about like raiding into weird stuff. Too weird stuff. Rabaz's first raid got somebody banned. It was somebody who didn't want anyone else there. They were using Twitch as like a video chat, which is a weird thing to do with Twitch, but I guess when you're down there in the 1 and 2 viewer streams, you get stuff like that. But he raided in. Rabaz raided in with like 1,400 gamers. Actually, I think that was 2,000 gamers. And totally blew up that channel. And by blew up, I mean exploded. Chew. Hey! You're not allowed to lead a revolt in chat. That's against, well, is it against the rules? I guess it's not against the rules. I've had my moderators try to revolt before. They were like turning chat against me. Like, how could you do this? How could you betray me like this? I brought you into the moderation team. I can bring you out. They're all gone now. Oh, they've all clicked off. Am I back to 4 viewers? Let's check. Let's see all 3 of my viewers here. Oh, we still got a decent number, but yeah, pretty much the size of the raid is gone. Hey, Tango. Oh, the mods. Yeah, the mods come and go. Moderation on my channel is just sort of as an, they kind of just pass through. What are my YouTube numbers? Where can I maybe join? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We don't need a billion moderators. I'm not one of those channels. Let's see here. Where is... Oh, that's in this window. I have so many windows open. 2 concurrent viewers. Heck yeah. We're doing numbers today, boys. All right, so we're trying to get together something that's going to hold up modules. This would be an okay width, just because I could put many thing and many thing good. Few thing bad, many thing good. Many thing good. Luckily for us, with the modular synthesizer stuff, there's standard width. The way the modules mount is you have a certain distance, and everybody tries to exploit as much space as they can on these things to fit in as much as possible. There is a 10 millimeter keep out on either side. Lucky for us, these are 10 millimeters. So these will be perfect as the mounting surface. I'll just have to put a couple of either the nuts or the screws. I don't know which ones I want to stick through. And then I figure it'll be like an open frame at an angle. We'll put it at a little bit of an angle, and it'll be kind of an open frame. That way I can get probes in and out. Why no use feet? I have my own feet. Yes, I could build this using my feet. That would be kind of interesting. I don't know how I would operate a screwdriver with my feet, but it certainly would be popular with the feet crowd. But do we really want the foot crowd in our audience? That's something that we have to kind of just sit down and ask ourselves. As a streamer, do I want feet? Should I include feet? Should I show my feet on stream? Oh, you mean as a measurement, a unit of measurement. You're one of those measuring perverts. These are standard 10 by 10 millimeters, so we just keep everything in millimeter. I continue to use millimeter. What the hell is a meter? Look, if you're doing engineering, I know a lot of the Euros like to be like, ooh, why would you ever use feet and inches in anything? How dare you? I hold my nose up at you. Well, all right. So if you can look past your smugness, Mr. Euro straw man that I've created, the units in America, in England, in Canada are pretty fluid. We jump between different measurement standards, and you should be able to do that. You should be able to do that. You're getting into engineering, you know? If you're getting into engineering, dimensional analysis and units of measurement are your 2 biggest tools, I guess. They're like the bane of your existence. Meter's like a yard, but a little longer. Yeah, I should get a meter stick. I don't have a meter stick. I have a yard stick. I don't have a meter stick. Just helps contextualize it. We used to have meter sticks in school. We used to beat the crap out of each other with them. All right, so let's see. A little bit of a rise, and then we go at an angle for a distance. What is the distance? I mean, I've got a modular synthesizer that I could measure, or I could just look up the standard. Let's look up the standard and get this thing out of my face. I'm so sick of this. I reverse engineered this portion of the circuit, and it doesn't connect to anything. I don't know. The only thing that it could be, and sorry, I'm going in a couple different directions at once, just because some of the people coming in know of the saga of reverse engineering this thing and want updates. I found this part of the circuit, and it does not credibly connect to anywhere else, according to what I see. And I've gone over it several times. It seems like it doesn't go anywhere, and that's weird. That shouldn't be. That's not something that circuits do. We know that this chip is actually the layout that I've got, these 5 transistors here. We know... Was there a rhyme? The delay messes with you. Acid Streamer Saga. This is my acid arc. My acid lab arc sounds a little better. It doesn't sound like I just found a bunch of acid and went through it. There's no credible location that this part of the circuit, the stuff that's highlighted in white, is going to. I don't understand it. And the only thing that I can think would be wrong, like this is definitely a TL074, the part number that indicates that this thing is an op-amp, an operational amplifier. That's what that is, right? It's definitely an op-amp. This one, we know from the repair documents from Acid Labs, we know that this is laid out like this. We know it's a CD40 whatever blah 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 that has 5 supermatched transistors in it. So the only thing that I could think pointing towards this circuit actually being externally connected is that this chip is wrong somehow. but I know the orientation of it. I know the internal structure of it. There's only one part number. Sometimes part numbers have like multiple different answers for what it could possibly be. Amperational amplifier. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. What the hell? What is going on here? So I'm not going to bog you guys down with it, but I want you to know that I'm extremely frustrated about what is going on in this part of the circuit. It is insane. This doesn't have any connections to any external stuff apart from ground and the pull-down resistor. So I genuinely am listen, I reverse engineered IEDs for 10 years of my life. I have worked on pictures of wires and figured out how that could become an explosive device. I have seen a piece of paper with electronics components stuck through it and had a 64 by 64 pixel image of that and turned that into a circuit. I know what I'm doing. I can do this. This is baffling. Something's wrong. I got to figure out what the deal is with this part of the circuit. There's just something is not connecting here. Get it? I'm at my wit's end. I'm at the end of wit. There's no more wit. There's a test point right here. And if I were to show where that test point is, it would be right here, which is a wonderful location for an oscillator to output a wave. I don't see that. Oops, sorry. I don't see that anywhere on this. We've removed these chips and marked where the traces go underneath them. So I know that at that junction, 22R0, we only go, and let me get rid of this. Yeah, I'm witless. 22 ohms, a 1K that goes to the base of the other transistor, that goes to ground. That's the only connection. There's no other trace around here. If we look carefully, that 1K doesn't go anywhere else. I'm just at my wit's end. I do not know. Anyway, sorry, I'm very frustrated. I wanted to communicate that, but this is why we're not working on this today, because I'm mad. I'm having a big angie at this thing. So we're working on building something with our hands, my mitts. We're building something with these. Oh, sorry, I'm flashbanging you guys. Modular synthesizer dimensions. I hate you, AI, and I only have you up here because sometimes you have funny wrong answers. Modular form factors from synthesizers.com. Moog unit. We are Eurorack, so I'm building a Eurorack thingy-majig. Witness. No, I am the witless witness. There we go. What are we? I'm checking over here. Okay. Eurorack, popular format, 128.5 millimeter tall, which is about 5 inches, and close to 3U. Eurorack uses smaller 3.5 millimeter jacks and usually smaller knobs, power system, blah, 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 blah. 19-inch rack. Other form factors are less kind of blah, 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 blah. Okay. So we have 128.5 millimeter. We'll just use this as our example going forward. So basically what I need is that, and then an angle and straight down to the bottom. Do we want to coordinate what it looks like, or do I want to make it just, I want to make it just look like a big open rack. Are these ones that I've cut? No. Okay, so this will be the height of the base, and then the rack will come off of this at an angle. And to do the angles, we have brackets. Brackets! And then I need to figure out what a good, I guess this is the good width. So, and then I'll need to see if I can mount it so that the distance is correct. This is maker beam brackets and then a bunch of other stuff that I've found every now and then. Do it freehand? Yeah, that's what I'm looking to do. I'm not gonna like super plan this out. I think it'll be better if it's freehand. There's 2 types of angled brackets. This is one of them, and I guess this is pretty appropriate. No, it shouldn't sit directly down on the desk because these modules go in, and some of them are actually quite deep. So I definitely want that to have this much standoff so that the module can be pretty thick. Not quite thick as a bowl of oatmeal, but close. Oh, my man perks up for a second. Did I just hear my name? So yeah, that, and then let's find more of these. Now, do I want it to be exactly this width? Yeah, I guess so. So I need a couple more of these. More of these. At least I have a lot of them. So, like that, like that. In or out? I think in, because I want... What I want to do is I want to try to mount these ones that will connect to this thing. I want to have this open on the end so that I can slide a screw in and have that be the anchor. Although if I do that, I might actually mark up some of the modules if I'm not careful. But if I do have that thing go in there as the mount piece, then it'll be easier. The other way that I could do this is have like a captured nut in there and use a screw from the front. But I think I'd rather just have the pegs, because then you could sit the thing on the pegs, and if you need to grab it, you can grab it. Of course, that means that the pegs will move around, but whatever. I think that's the good idea there, right? I think. But then what is the structure of it? I guess I'd have this mounting on top of like another rail. So I want to have this be inside of that width. Like that. No, like this. Yeah. Think. How am I going to do this? Oh, let's get this one off. I guess that means the beautiful anodized silver parts I'm not going to end up using. Too bad you don't have Connects to visualize this. How to build something with MakerBeam. 1. Start with Connects. Build up your plan. No. This is all we need. We're just plan it up with this stuff. And we make a cool little box, and it'll all go together. And then we'll finally be popular. I do want to take out those pneumatic cylinders. I think I want to look at that tomorrow. If this can get things into a state where I can put it aside, at least a little bit aside, so that I can kind of like work on it privately until I get everything together. Being popular is overrated. Yeah, but it's nice to be that every now and then. I'm streaming. My whole ego is connected to my popularity. All of it, every single ounce of my being. These all assume that you're going to have another rail there. Yeah, that is a Pooh Bear thing, and I guess growing up watching Pooh Bear, the reason I chose the name Oh Bother is because of British slang. It's not because of Pooh Bear specifically, but then somebody was like, oh, like Pooh Bear. And I'm like, wait. Hold on, wait, what did you just say? And I guess, I don't know, the Xi Jinping jokes help that a little bit. So yeah, let's, I guess I'm going to make like the base, and then we'll try to make the, is Pooh Bear based, or is he a loser? Based on what? I don't think he's based on anything. I think he's an original character. He's coming out of copyright soon, too. Eeyore's a loser. Eeyore is that depressed friend, and everybody supports them wholeheartedly. Didn't who or who, huh? What? All right, so the angle here. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I guess he did lapse into public domain, and they made that awful movie. That's coming for everybody soon. I don't know if Disney can continue to extend the lifetime of the, copyright. They certainly can't do it indefinitely, but... Oh, I was looking for the height of the side piece. That's right. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted today. Let's see if we can find something that matches the height of a module. And it might have to be something... We might have to have it, like, slidable on the thing, because I don't know if we can find, like, a match for that height. That's very close. Hold on a minute. It's almost like they made these to a millimeter standard, and that somehow translates to... So if I make it this height on the side rails, then I can do... I don't know if I can do like a sliding bracket. We'll have to see about that. And I want it to be exposed. So yeah, let's go with this for the height. And let's get another one. If this one is custom cut, I'm gonna have trouble. Some of these are from old projects, and for those old projects, I've had to like cut certain lengths. What even, why is this? Why is this in here? Old projects are haunting me. New projects are also haunting me. What the heck? Huh? This might be a custom cut. He's soft and non-threatening in general. That's what makes him perfect for horror, I guess. Well, I shouldn't say perfect because that movie was awful. I haven't actually seen it, to be honest. It looks awful from the outside. This must be from a very weird custom project. It happens to be pretty close to the length. What about the slightly longer one? Like if I do that, then no, it doesn't need to stick out like that. It should probably be the height of the module and not have all of this extra. I don't think YMS has reviewed it yet, no. Or if it's on his list, it might just be beyond putting on a list. I keep finding brackets that I need to tear down. All right, so I guess I'm going to use the custom cut. Damn it. Use the custom cut ones. They seem to be the right length overall. I have no plan going into this, by the way. I don't know what I'm doing. But I do have these two. Code Rushed! Code Rushed raiding in with a party of 8. How you doing, Code Rushed? We're trying to build something that'll be like a de facto, like an ad-libbed stand for the M303, and then I can put a little power supply inside of it so that I can have a nice setup that isn't spread out all over the desk and it looks like crap. So it doesn't have to be perfect. Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. Let's put this big bin aside and see if we can build a structure. Actually, I don't want it to be too far aside. Maybe I can just put it right here. That's sort of... that is precarious as hell. Oh boy. All right, well, anyway. So I need a little... Oh god, a big dust bunny is what I don't need. Oh, I still need more. I need 4 of these. 4 of these stand-up Johns. Yes, welcome to Philadelphia, everybody. That's where I am. I'm in Philly. If you couldn't guess by my accent and my frequent use of the word John. I might use these. These are a little shorter. They're from my computer project. So I built a Maker Beam box and put like a grid on the spaces. No, Yins is Pittsburgh. Yins and Gum Band for Rubber Band and all that other hedonistic, awful, terrible speak is Pittsburgh. This is Philly. We say John and Bull. How's Burn the Subs going? Hope you've been well. Burn the Subs has not been going as much as I've wanted it to. We bought a broken resin printer, and the broken resin, wow, that's a lot of viewers all of a sudden. Wait, it went from 40 to 70. Where do you all come from? Code Rush had eight people. I bought a broken resin. Yeah, Skookle is, yeah, Skookle. Yeah, that's what yeah. You take that with you. That's how you test people. Say this word, and they're like, what? Skookle and Conshohocken and stuff like that. Anyway, yeah. I bought a broken resin printer. The thing about resin printers is they have a lot of detail, like a lot of detail. So if you're into figurines, you can print just about every figurine, and they're like super duper high detail. You have to get a microscope to see some of the layers going in, right? Oh yeah, that you taught me that word. That's a phrase or a saying that's only known to the locals, and it's used to test whether or not somebody is in the in crowd. And when you say, hey, say this word, and they're like, I don't know how to say that. The way you say stuff in the Philadelphia dialect is just to say it as lazily as possible. Okay, so anyway, what the hell was I saying? What was I talking about? I just lost all of my momentum on that. Oh yeah, Burn the Subs. So I bought a broken resin printer. It turns out it was not that broken. It was very easy to fix. I just had to clean it out. now that I can print in resin, I can print that laser mount, the laser diode mount that's water cooled. I can print that and it will hold water. It will actually be waterproof. It won't be very strong, but it doesn't need to be very strong. All it needs to do is hold up a laser. So once I build that, and it'll also be clear, I build that, I can put that on to burn the subs. That'll finish the water cooling system insofar as we want it to be. And that means that we can then concentrate on either connecting the pump and stuff like that, all the power, and making a wiring harness, or I can do some more of the physical wiring stuff. Basically, I want to get all the hardware done, and then we'll jump over to software where it's all Python. Python and Raspberry Pis and Clipper, the Clipper API. We're going to plug that in to our old software, the one that makes all of the coordinate movements for the names, and we will try to get that to do a single line font for gift subs. That way there's a lot of room for gift subs on the board, and then a bubble letter font for OG subs. So you sub yourself, you get bubble letter font. If you gift, they go in sort of the, what is that called? There's a name for it. Hershey. It goes in a Hershey style font, which is a font that's designed to be one line so that a computer can do it. I did Comic Sans. OctoJ got to have his name on the original board where I put in the names of people who had been subscribed to the channel before the board. OctoJ got to go in there in Comic Sans. Yeah, so the art of the board is an important thing. Basically, the board looks like a word cloud. The way that it used to work is there was an equation that would, based on how many names were already on the board, it would size down the names. So as more names got in, the names would get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Last time the fonts overlapped, no, they didn't. The couple places where there were overlapping names, we had kind of a weird error on it. It was sort of like a weird error that we never got to see the end of it. I think maybe it might have, yeah, it's a Hershey font. It's designed for a machine to engrave. Hershey fonts are used in like circuit boards and all kinds of stuff like that. They're vector. Anyway, we had some weird x-axis error where things would be off by just a little bit. So like a couple names collided. We had 6,000 names on the board though. Like that was a lot to keep track of. The new board, I would like to use the motor stalls in order to get it zeroed in on its original location. That way we don't have a switch that can like drift a little bit. There will just be bumps, like bump stops, big bump stops that it'll just crash into, and then it'll see that increase in current and go, okay, that's 0 point. I think that's a little bit more accurate than what we originally had. I'm not going to use the servos on that. I think the POS CNC is going to get servos. I think I'm going to use servos on that because I want the POS CNC to be able to go really small. I want that to be able to make 1/24th scale RC car parts because I keep breaking them. And I would like to build a custom RC car because RC cars rule. They're so awesome. I don't know why people don't know this, but RC cars are really cool. And you're not a giant bearded man baby standing in a driveway. You're like the coolest. And everybody is jealous. Everyone. The pandemic rekindled my love of tiny RC cars, and so the 1/24th scale stuff was just resultant of that. They're not as popular though. They should be more popular. I saw the guys, what is it? Not Junk Ball. Who are those guys? The Irish YouTubers who took a trip to Japan and they were showing off like an RC car park that they went to. It's so cool. I forget who that is. That's one of those. Wait a minute. These are the height of the module. Damn it. I'm getting distracted. Oh, beard hair. That's a beard hair. Okay, so bottom of the module, do I want it to like stick out a little bit? But then this would be straight with that, and then I would only have one mounting point, which is bad because then that'll go all weird. So if I lower this a little bit, then I can have the rail that goes backwards here. Okay, so we'll start with that. What's up, Kags? Kaggles. I don't know why, but saying your name makes me feel like I'm saying something I shouldn't. One day I'm gonna get burnt on that. One day. I'm pretty immune to that kind of stuff because I keep up with the internet, and the board, Burn the Subs board, is constant. It's a constant exercise in skirting around censorship. So I've had a little bit of experience with that sort of thing. Where did the tool go? Where did the thing go that I'm supposed to use in order to... What did I do? How did that... What? Come on. You know, the John, the thing that I'm supposed to, with the Johns and the tightening of the what you call it, the little screw thing, and the John that... Where did it go? How? How has it left this mortal plane? Where could it have gone? Where would I have put it? What have I done? Why is it gone? Why is it gone? What? Huh? Why are you gone? It's just right in front of me, right? Aha! A place for everything and everything in its place is not only a catchy little mantra, it's also a way of life, especially with ADHD. How's the BTS project going? I haven't been around in like 6 months. That's not a bag of Milky Ways. That's okay. You don't have to be here for every moment. It's going. I mean, I'm trying to get hardware done on it, and I put it aside for a little bit so that I could actually do some stuff. You're learning Microsoft Visio. They wanted me to learn Visio on the engineering team with the IEDs so that I could make some kind of like a front end for them. And I looked up Visio. Everything I saw about Visio said run. Yeah, everything said run. Do not let them make you the Visio guy at work. Don't. So I didn't need a second word about that, and I started to feign frustration at not being able to learn it. I would have been able to learn it just fine, but in terms of their evaluation of me, hell no. I don't know nothing about nothing. What is this? I don't know what this is. I'm not a programmer. I really thought a brother would be able to learn Visio, but I guess not. It's just too complicated for a stupid brain. For a stupid brain. So yeah, Burn the Subs. I want to get all the hardware done on it. That's kind of where it's been for a long time. I think the control panel, everything is laid out perfectly, and it's ready to go. I just need to hook up all the stuff. So there's a little bit of like wiring harness stuff that I need to do in order to get that underway. At that point, I can rip out all of the wires from the current board that's up on the wall and then actually get all that wired up to within its spec. Like that, it's an old system and it's got like stop switches on it, which we're not going to use. So he bought a bad resin printer, which sounds interesting in and of itself. The printer will make a housing for his water cooling channel. He has some cool font ideas for different sub ideas as well. Yes, that's... Oh, sorry. I thought you meant for his water cooling channel, like as if I buy this dead resin printer and I'm like, oh, well, I guess we'll just become a water cooling channel. I completely changed what the stream is. No. I did. I definitely got distracted by Visio. You're correct. No. Yeah, so I bought a bad resin printer. The resin, it turns out it wasn't bad at all. And what I'll be able to do is reprint the water cooling jacket for the laser and put that on. But after that, it's a bunch of wiring harnesses to do. So I was thinking at some point I could pull the brewing table out, pull this table out because it's on wheels, pull the table out and then sit on the other side of it with the camera, and we could work on some of that wiring harness stuff. Then I could make you things from resin. I don't know if you saw it, but I printed out a, because my Fallout 4 playthrough, I'm trying to make it as Fallout 2 as possible. So I've installed mods for a bunch of the guns from Fallout 2, and then I'm walking around in the Fallout 2 style power armor, and I found a 3D model, and I printed this out to see what the detail was like on the printer. And it turns out this model was not detailed enough. You can see, well, it's clear, so it's kind of hard to see, but you can see that some of the details are blocky because of the model had fewer triangles. I think this is directly out of the game, but boy howdy, these things are no slouch when it comes to printing models of stuff. Like, look at that butt. It's crazy. And if I painted this, I could probably put an LED behind it and make it glow. So I could have glowing red eyes or something. But yeah, this is one of my favorite power armors. But my Fallout 4 playthrough has a bunch of Fallout 2 stuff in it. So I figured, I was like, I'll just print one of the models of the things. But like, look at the detail that this thing could do. There's no sense of layers at all. The only time I saw a layer was when I printed this Benchy. And it has this weird slice in it from the layering. It's this isn't scratched to hell, but I mean, you can see how clean all those details are. So printing the laser shroud in this, it's going to be perfect. How long did it take to print? This, I believe, was 10 hours. The thing with resin, though, is if I were doing tabletop gaming, I don't have enough friends. I don't have enough friends to tabletop game. Anyway, if I were tabletop gaming, if I was more popular, you could print a whole squad of these guys in one go. That whole area is what's going to print on. You can print tons of stuff at once. It's not like an FDM printer where if you have it rolling around, you're increasing the chances that it catches something and pulls everything off the table. Instead, this thing will always just pull the same. And as long as you have enough adhesion to the bed, it's epoxy. So laser cures the pad. It's actually a giant ultraviolet LED inside of the thing. It's like this big, and it's got this huge lens on it, at least from the printer that we took apart. It's this giant ultraviolet LED. I don't know what the hell they're doing with those things in like industry. Where is this thing coming from? Why do we need that much ultraviolet? Is it like a DLP TV thing? I don't know. The resin, yeah, the resin is stinky as shit. I had the resin printer in here. Problem is with resin. Resin is an extremely functional print. It's not that strong. It's very, very well made. It has a ton of detail. The problem with resin printer is you can do it very cleanly right up to the moment when everything goes to shit and you get resin everywhere. I got resin in my mouth. That's how inept I am at this kind of stuff. Fartbox is down for now until I can figure out MQTT. Resin, you want everything to be easily accessible. And by that, I mean, I had it down here, like under the table over there, and I had to crouch down in order to work with it. You don't want that. You want everything to be laid out and have space and be able to get in there comfortably and make sure that you're keeping that resin away from you. Make sure you're always gloving up and like comfortably grabbing the bed, moving it to where it needs to go without dripping, stuff like that. Like if you plan for all that stuff, which is what I had to, you know, it took a little while for me to get used to. You can resin print all day, every day, and you can make all kinds of cool stuff, and it's all great and wonderful. But if things go wrong, they go very, very wrong. Yeah, it does require that space. You need space in order to operate it. You also need like an ultrasonic cleaner. You need buckets of alcohol. I'm gonna cough. Buckets of alcohol and like cleaning space. And then a space that can be a little bit stinky because that plastic fume is not great. It's not good to have around. So I moved everything into the other room that nobody uses. While everything's packed up, it's not that stinky. When I actually start to print something, I also have a fume extractor that I magneted to the back of the printer so that it doesn't reek up the whole house. It's weird stuff, but you know what? It's another printing technology. It seems to make a little bit more sense than FDM. FDM, though, you can have in the same room as you. So those are my printers. I have the printer, the deposit printer that uses PETG and makes extremely strong prints that I can run over with my car and not break. And it functions in here because it needs babysitting. And then I have a flagship resin printer that I got for like a quarter of the price, a third actually, third of the price, that works perfectly, does perfect prints, but they stink and they're weak. Like me. Anyway, yeah, that's sort of the printing situation here. But yeah, the resin printer has a shitload of detail, but when it does undetailed stuff, it actually does a really nice job making them look like, you know, like glass. Those sharp edges are sharp, and it prints really, really completely and does all the details that I need. In that sense, I will be able to make the laser cooler and it'll look like this, and when the laser fires up, maybe some of that light bleeds through it and it looks cool. So that's what's going on with Burn the Subs. It's, you know, not on hold, but I need to get my shit together and actually like print some of the stuff that I want printed. It's really cool though with the resin printer. I'm not like, I don't have like, you know, models and action figures all over my domicile. I'm not one of those guys. So I don't really use the printer in the way that I think a lot of people would like to. You need 3 to 4 machines. I have a bit of a printing room now. I didn't want to move my normal printer over to the printing station. I could have all of my 3D printers in one place, but I like to have one in the shop. Not yet. I guess the CNC machine might live over there because it'll make a lot of noise. It's basically, I took a folding table and I put everything on that. Oh, this is actually, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Just one tootin' minute. That actually fits. Yeah, I don't want to have too many 3D printers. I mean, I'm never overwhelmed with the amount of stuff that I want to print. One thing that I do want to do, one thing that I do want to do is get RC car bodies printing. I would like to make the Satsuma from My Summer Car and have components of it held together with magnets for my 1/24th RC car. Because those RC cars are super duper powerful. Like the motors on them are super duper powerful. And it will be able to fling that plastic around at 150 miles an hour. And when I crash, I want it to explode. And then I have to go walk the streets of Finland in order to put everything back together. For the next Cloudflare wall, 3D printer wall. If you can get, if you had enough 3D printers, why is this not loosening? If you had enough 3D printers and they were reliable enough, it would be possible that you'd put them at like a 45-degree angle. And if you're printing something like PETG, you would print the object and then allow it to cool. And at that point, it would pop itself off of the bed and just fall. And there would be nothing else you would need to do to the bed in order to go for another print. Because that's kind of how mine works. So you could do a 3D printer wall and it would just toss the objects down like a chute. That would be very neat. It would be very painful. What's that height? This is not useful. Haha! The numbers are starting to work out. So we'll put one of these there. Just make a program that does a benchy at a random percent size. Benchy after benchy. So many benchies. For you. Put that on there. That's a little weird. How would I do another attachment here? Bring that out to the front like that. We'll figure it out. We're playing it by ear. We're just putting everything together. Benchy is a very wasteful print, though. It's good at testing certain things about like FDM printing, but it is a pretty wasteful print. Now, on resin, of course, it doesn't really make much sense to do a benchy, but I figured I'd had to, just as like a 3D printing exercise. The number 4. See, this can't go there then. If that is the height, if that's going to be the height. That's a good height. Oh, but modules will stick out here too. So yeah, it'll be this area. It can't be perfect. Why can't it be perfect? Taller would probably be okay, but I don't have anything that can... Like, that's too tall. That's not too tall. It is a little too tall. The Aztec death whistle, the one that goes, ah! I don't know about that. I guess I can, wait a minute. Aw. Maybe I will become a 3D printer. Maybe I will print out little figurines. Really? That's something else. Nobody has an Aztec death whistle on Thingiverse? I am shocked. Aztec airbrush. That is disturbing to me. I thought somebody would put one up there. All right, so we're trying to frame out the side of this module mount, and it's going to be just this little box that I can put a module or two into, and then have an extra panel on it that will have buttons and stuff, things that I can inject into modules to test them. Maya death whistle? Okay, one sec. Where death probably puts it behind a filter. Yeah, like Thingiverse didn't used to have filters on it, and I would be able to search for sexy Waluigi. I think one of them had like a penis that was visible, so I don't know if I'd run into toss issues. Because Twitch is so weirdly sensitive about stuff. Alright, see, that doesn't quite come out to the right angles, but that's because I haven't jiggled everything quite into place. And there's a little bit of wiggle room on all this stuff. Somehow it's off by a lot. Somehow, I guess if I slide this up. Oh, it can't go up. That's it. So there's like a little overlap there. That's a weird angle. Okay. These things create some strange geometries. Found through Google. Those are both the same one. Is it? It's called Maya Death Whistle. The stupid chat app. I have to like highlight it manually. Customizable scope camera adapter. Oh, I forgot the one. Why does it look like Skull? Why you look like Skull? Why he's Skull? What the heck is that? Please do not ask to sell this item. Remix of the Maya skull design. So that's just the skull. They remixed it into a whistle. Went for ceremonies and taken into battle to intimidate enemies by recreating their death screams as a sign of their impending death. Read more about the death whistle here. They were found to look like this. I see. That would be a weird thing to print, and I'll keep this tab open. You have a ceramic one from Amazon. I know Tomato bought one, and Strippin like managed to gaslight him into thinking that it was cursed and that he shouldn't use it. God, my friend used it and he died. All right, so there's our number 4. And then on top of that, I guess I'll have cross beams that mount on like this. Problem is getting that to happen here. Let's put an angle on this. Guess it'll have to be like this. So I'll get 2 of them in there. 4. I've been calling this R4 because it's shaped like a 4. Learn to count. Learn to count with bother. As I build all the shapes of numbers. 8 would be particularly challenging. My MakerBeam collection is kind of running out a little bit. We have a couple projects that use a lot of MakerBeam. One of the big ones that I took down recently was that Omnipod insulin pump deconstructor, which I got to do another round of that. Those pumps, it's been like a year since we did the original batch. I really need to find out if I can actually reprogram the microcontroller in the Omnipod, if they didn't lock it down, or if I can overwrite the whole thing. Then I need to design a circuit board for it, and then I could sell them as a kit. My old insulin pump microcontrollers is a STM32 based platform with some extra features. MakerBeam is nice, but not really good for 16 kilogram weights. So you have an impossibly bent piece of MakerBeam. I can't do the screws. It's my old man hands. Try this one. What? Why isn't it starting on this? This one's like a damaged or something. I could do it the other way, which is where you just drop it in, and then that, and then spin, and eventually it grabs on, like so. There's another way of doing it. Didn't know they made beams that small? This is MakerBeam, not the open source one. Are those little T-tracks? This is called MakerBeam, and it is not meant for modular synths, but it's not meant for modular synths. It is what it is. It's what it's. And so we're making a little modular test stand. You know, if I do have these mounted on the front like this, that means I won't be able to go all the way up to the edge, which I guess isn't really required. I just want the exposed beam so that I can get the fasteners in there. Actually, wouldn't be able to go through anyway because those are there. So that would be nice. That would be very nice. Yeah, that works out. As long as I can mount the cross beams on it properly. I've got this whole circuit over here that I built, and I really wish that I could build this on a perf board. Perforated prototyping board, and that way I could translate that into being a filter. It's a bit expensive, yeah. This stuff is expensive. It's good though. It works really well. You know, I'm not pinching pennies at every single opportunity in this shop. Oh look, that one's even shorter. What the heck? This one is the module height one. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we build another one of these with this. And then things will start to kind of look like they go together. Not these. These are the cross beams. This is the top beam. And then... Oh, I see. I used multiples of those. That one's a little longer. Matches that. Okay, cool. And then we use these little guys. Bosch Reithrox. I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. Yeah, it's kind of like Play-Doh. No. This is like 2020 beams, but they're smaller. 1010 beams. We would have been messing with 2020 beams. I have a collection of 2020 hardware as well. The 2020 stuff I want to mess with to make a can crusher. May work on that tomorrow. I'm not sure. Hold the screw with the screwdriver and then spin the hole. Okay, yeah, that sounds great. That sounds like a perfect idea. That'll work out perfectly. And no one will get hurt. And I won't drop hardware everywhere. When we were building the original Burn the Subs, I was using MakerBeam, and I was dropping screws at every opportunity. Yeah, BTS is made, not with 2020. No. BTS is made with MakerBeam, believe it or not. Here, let's train the camera up a little bit. You're making a Eurorack case, but you have one. Yeah. This is made with MakerBeam. All that's visible mostly is the rails, but I mean the posts are, the vertical posts are MakerBeam. This is mostly MakerBeam, although we've done a lot of custom bracketry to it. I still haven't turned on that power supply. I'm a little nervous for what's going to happen when I turn that thing on. The 3D printer is made with 2020, though. Saw a vid that crushed cans into something fancy. I'm not going to do that. What I'm trying to do is I've got all these pneumatic cylinders that are left over from like free cycle stuff that I did. Not free cycle, but a friend of mine's like company's engineering like shop was moving or downsizing or something. So they had to clean out the space that they were no longer renting. And I got a bunch of random stuff. And part of the random stuff was pneumatic cylinders that have like linearizing bearings on them and stuff. So those pneumatic cylinders, I'm wondering if they're capable of crushing a can, in which case I can put together a stupid little can crusher. And I have a bunch of cans, so. I be here, chasing a rabbit down a hole, wasted some good time watching stupid videos. I know what that's like, brother. How's it going, Long Dog? What if they were crushed into Tetris pieces? What if, Oatmeal? What if? Frickin' bastard. I don't have, so the thing is, like, I don't have the form. I don't have the form. I'm just gonna crush them. Struggling with new insulin. New insulin is a very dangerous, yeah. That's a very tough thing. I wish I could get approved for faster acting insulins. My doctor was not receptive towards me asking about that. But if I had ultra fast acting insulin, I could be saved from afternoons like this. James, your insulin prescription will be autofilled. Oh, that's nice. Hopefully it goes through. I've had to babysit my insulin prescriptions for the past couple times. This is lunch. Lunch boosted me up into the insane range, and now Android APS is doing everything in its power to bring that glucose level back down. My body's not going to respond to insulin until my stomach clears out a little bit more. So it's just going to be fruitlessly injecting little bits of insulin throughout the afternoon, and I get to just wait for everything to pan out. Because of the change in glucose level, I am now very susceptible. In the background there, my finger did this. It tried to pull all the way back because of the muscle cramp, because of a buildup of lactic acid that happens a lot in diabetics. So I had just a little cramp for just a second, like a little Charlie horse. It's going to be happening to me all afternoon. It sucks. I wish I could be on faster acting insulin because that bump would go away. It would be manageable. If you see like Cluck J's, his logs, it's always like, I had a Baja Blast, and then it's just like, yoink, and then that was it. It's so bad. Yeah, I'm using Humalog. That is to say, there are slower acting insulins than what I'm using. I'm using Humalog, but what is that one? There's like a super fast acting insulin. It's like a new thing. I still have a bottle of Apidra, but Apidra didn't have the stabilizers in it. Insulin is a very large protein molecule. It's a very complicated, winding, large protein module. It's the signal to your body that you should be storing all of this sugar and fat. And that's what diabetics have to regulate. We give insulin, and then in a couple hours, that gets absorbed slowly through the tissues. But there have been some tricks to getting it to absorb faster. And that's when you get into your $500 designer insulins, the ones that they just developed, that still shouldn't cost that much. In spite, people are like, yeah, but it's like a boutique specialized insulin. It's like, well, no, it's like an effective drug, but these companies shouldn't be charging $500 a bottle. It's highway robbery on every level. And again, even with the designer insulins, if you look at the price increases between companies that are manufacturing similar types of fast-acting insulins, they are in lockstep with one another. It is price collusion at its worst. They should be, the similar companies making similar insulins should be undercutting each other to try to sell their insulin more. if the system worked. But it doesn't. They are all in collusion. Would you want to mirror this 4-bracket thing you're making? Yes, I want to, because there's 2 sides of the thing. 2 sides of the stand. I wonder if it should be thicker. Like an oatmeal bowl, a bowl of oatmeal. That'll be more brackets if I make it thicker, though. I've been checking my blood sugar every 2 hours. My fingers are all torn up. I have 15 pages of data. Damn. Yeah, the constant glucose monitor really needs to be, like, standard. I really think, like, even non-diabetics are using it, and I think that's fine. I think everyone should use one at some point. Because I found out that I have a superpower. I have a superhuman power that puts me into a bracket above all of you normal humans. All of you normal, boring humans. I can process white bread into blood sugar faster than any other being on the planet. It's what sets me apart, and I'm going to have a total evolutionary advantage due to that. If I eat white bread, it goes directly into my bloodstream. It doesn't hit any other parts of my body. Screws will be on the outside. We're not making it pretty. This is just a stand. An enemy stand. Yeah, the tearing up of the finger thing, I don't know what to tell you about that. You can use toes. That's one thing you can do. I mean, my fingers used to be completely obliterated. You have these little, like, hard sections that have a bunch of different little pock marks in it, because when you take a glucose level, you have a needle on a spring. It's like a pin on a spring, and it goes, bah! And it leaves just a little hole in your finger. And so you put the blood drop on the thing, wipe it, and it's healed. Except eventually they callus up. I don't have calluses anymore because I have a regular supply of Dexcom constant glucose monitor supplies. I have a glucometer. I can use it if I need to, but I don't have to anymore because I have that system. It's crazy. And they used to be like, oh, you diabetics can play the piano because they have calluses all over their finger. I'm like, wow, that makes it all worth it. That makes it all worth it. I can play the piano. Well, I couldn't before. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Oh, Dr. Zayas. Okay, so. I'm struggling at times to pick up things because I'm not exactly feeling what's on my fingertips. Ooh, that's bad. You can, I mean, like, there's a whole range of areas that you can go on the fingertips. You could switch to toes for a little while. It's a little bit awkward. Are there other places that you can draw from? There have to be. You'll probably have to look it up. You're going to have to look it up on your own, but... So I kind of enjoy your channel because we have something we can relate to. Yeah, it's like an instant relation. I was never too jazzed about interfacing with other diabetics and talking to other diabetics because I didn't want that to define my life. It turns out it does anyway, so... Now I'm looking at my toes. I definitely look it up first. Don't, I'm not an expert. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm waiting to be tested for celiac. So I'll miss white bread if the test is positive. Damn, that's crazy. Well, at least you'll know. Like, you know, the thing about a diagnosis is that you know, right? It's better than not knowing. That's kind of how I treat medical stuff. I know a lot of people don't go to the doctor because they don't want to be diagnosed. And it's like, dude, but then you know. And you can deal. Try to find something I posted in my health and wellness page as an example of somebody who went from being insulin pump user to totally healthy. Look, there might be some examples of people doing that, but it's like type 1 diabetes means that my immune system attacks my pancreas and eliminates the part of it that produces insulin. And I swear there have been times when it feels like my body has like temporarily been able to make some insulin, but I'll tell you something, man. I could be a perfect Adonis in the best shape of my life. I still won't make insulin. I'm still going to need all this stuff. And then every 6 months you get linked to a new article where something is saying that, oh, we reversed diabetes. And I'm like, you know what? You put that bottle of whatever the hell you're injecting on my desk. And until I see it on my desk and it says, cure for diabetes, I will not get excited about a single one of those articles. Because they come out, and then the scientists get their funds, and the press gets to report another cure for diabetes article, and then it all goes away. It all goes away. And it's like, the articles that are coming out, they're like, China is undermining the diabetes industry in America. I'm like, yes, do that. Kill them, defeat them, eliminate them. Totally, I'm all behind this. I'm not patriotic when it comes to diabetes. There's so much that's wrong with the industry. Am I out of screws? Did I run out of those? I should have a million of these things. This is going to be kind of trouble if that's the case. I know there was another bracket over here that had a couple fasteners on it. This one has one. Yeah, 3D printed pancreas. It's like, yeah, okay, but where is it? It's my understanding that sensors last like 3 weeks. Mine last a little over the 10 days that they're supposed to last. 10 days is the scripted life of a Dexcom sensor. And they can cost hundreds of dollars, depending on if you have insurance and what insurance is contributing. 10 days, and then you can do a little pokery on it and get it to continue. And then from my experience, it's somewhere towards the end of that second 10 days, it'll become completely unreliable. And your glucose levels will be reported as jumping all over the place. But that's just me. That's just my body chemistry. Everybody's different. So it's, I know of someone who was using their, was using a CGM for some other condition. I think he had cancer or something like that. But he had a CGM for some reason, and he put it around, he applied it around his ankle, and he got it to last for months. But I don't think that's anyone else's experience. I think that's just this one person. From my, you know, working with them, it really, anywhere past 10 days is a gift. And things go downhill with them. I just swapped one out last night because it was getting a little crazy. Oh yeah, that means I can show you guys. That means I can show you. I have all of this written down. So, good sensor, good sensor, good sensor, good sensor, good sensor, bad sensor. Where's the 2-hour gap? Wait a minute. No, still good sensor. Oh yeah, here's the gap. Gap, bad sensor. Bad sensor. Look at that bad sensor. It's like just not really giving me great data. And then over here, good sensor. Good sensor. Once it gets in range, it's even better. And then I had ramen noodles. Yes, after a certain amount of time. And that was the second session with that patch. The second session. It starts to get wonky. You're not supposed to be able to reuse it for 2 sessions. They try to lock you out, but if you remove the transmitter for like 15 minutes, you can put it back on and then use the old patch. New album of Dr. Zayas, oh Dr. Zayas. I need one more of these fasteners. Why am I running low on them? Do I need to order more? Guess so. I was hoping I didn't need to order more. I'm really not seeing any. What the heck? Nope. God, I was trying to take the cap off of a marker with my teeth, and I twisted the marker, and the little pen clip, the little pocket clip on the Sharpie, pressed up against my lips and pushed it up against my tooth, to the point where I now have this like bruise under my lip. Oh, it's bad. The amount of insulin it takes to counteract a simple cup of noodles is insane. Yeah, it's insane. That amount of carbohydrates. I probably shouldn't be having that amount of carbohydrates, but I've been trying out the Buldak noodles. Their whole pantheon of different bulldog flavors. And, you know, now I have opinions about noodles that I can share. I think I did earlier. But, yeah, I've been going through those because, you know, at least I know the amount of carbohydrates. It's not like McDonald's or something like that where it's like, I ate a couple too many French fries and my glucose levels will never come back down. So those are usually a little bit more manageable. I don't know why my body is deciding to go kind of buck wild with the ones that I just ate. I tried the Dexcom on my thigh, like one person in the Discord said, taters. It kept shouting about low levels during sleep because I was inadvertently pressing against it while asleep. So some of the wonkiness on mine, I use my shoulders. I almost always use my shoulders. I just find it to be completely out of the way. So in the morning when I'm leaning up against the headboard of the bed, I sometimes have some weird jumps. One less screw for a temporary frame. Well, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. What happened to that one bracket I had over here that had 2 fasteners in it that I put aside? I must have used it. I think I used it. That's so strange. Oh, here we go. I can just grab one from here. Now that I know the amount of insulin needed for a simple ball, a couple noodles takes, I'm dosing up for that. Oh, dosing up, yeah. But wasting my time with some videos. The thing is, like, I don't know. I could really get everything to be formulaic. I don't know if that's the way to live, but it would certainly be nice. You would know exactly when to give insulin and what meal you're eating at all times. That's what an engineer friend of mine at my old IED job did. His dad got type 2, and did a total, like, I don't know, must be something wrong with his brain, but he did this insane, like, amount of data collection and organization for the whole thing in order to try to reverse it. He had documents and diagrams, and everything was done in, like, this beautiful, because, you know, he was an engineer. That was basically what he did as a job. So he just applied that to his diabetes. I don't know how he's doing now. Probably doesn't even have diabetes anymore, for fuck's sake. But it was a shocking amount of organization that I saw coming out of that camp. That was a little crazy. I can't live my life like that. I can't live my life like that. I just can't do that. I am not that kind of engineer. Not that kind of gal. What are we building? This is a stand for modular synthesizer stuff. So I'm going to build this little stand, and I'll be able to put the 303 on it, among other things, Amogus, and I'll be able to be organized and have everything kind of just in front of me so that we can poke around with the circuits and stuff and not be completely overwhelmed when I have to plug this thing into the scope and stuff. I can also put stuff in, like have a gate and stuff like that. Problem is I'm running out of parts. Yeah, you just stop eating. That's my problem, is if I just didn't eat anything ever, because the APS system really manages those glucose levels nicely. Like when I go to bed, it's perfect. And that's what all of my glucose level charts should look like. Perfect. But I don't know. I think what I need to do, though, is start a lot more fasting. I love food. That's my problem. I love food. But if I fast a lot more, then I can also lose weight. My weight is one of the big things, though. That's one of the big things holding my diabetes hostage, and one of the few places where I could improve that would drastically improve the diabetes. So I got to work on that. I'm going to work on that. I have lost all the weight in the past. I looked good, but yeah. It's gonna take years. That's true. Yeah, you're good. Oatmeal, that's a little bit of a drastic measure. It will work, but losing the weight by joining the army, they don't talk about that on the websites. Weight gain being on the heavy side makes, yeah, well, I've got a mix-up of type 1 and 2. Army fat camp? No, he's literally joining the army. It's literally joining the army, and there's no way they will allow you to have excess body weight in the army. Oh yeah, that wonderful cycle. I actually, and that was the the smelgitudes, whatever those fucking drugs are. I was on some of the prototypes for those drugs. And the cool thing that those did is break that cycle. Jardiance in particular did this to me. I'm still taking Jardiance, and I feel like maybe I need to take like a tolerance break from it. Of course, when I do, then I need so much more insulin that the pods make no sense. But what they'll do, those drugs, is break that cycle. So it actually broke that cycle, and I took significantly less insulin because I wasn't constantly amping up basal rates in order to keep things under control. Future soldiers prepper. Oh, so you're taking a thing before that. Oh, I see. If you're out of weight standards. Oh, I see. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I'm dedicated enough to do that. I'm in the in-between state of also originally a type 2 diabetic, but after 36 years, they're telling me I'm more like type 1. Damn. 36 years. That's right. You're the... I think you're one of the few people that have a larger time per diabetes than I do. How oh, I put the brackets on the wrong side. Son of the bitch. Son of the bitch. The sons of bitches. I think these two are reversible. Yeah, I want to mirror it. I messed up. But all I need to do is flip this around and then, oh. Shit. I gotta go get that. I'm making the most 4 on Twitch. You guys tuned in for my 4. You wouldn't like me at my 4. If you can't handle my 4, then you won't like me at my 5, I guess. I can keep this one. Wait a minute. I got diagnosed with diabetes when I was about 27 years old. Holy shit. I got diabetes when I was 9 years old. And they told me that a cure was only 5 years away every year since. Every year, every fucking year, diabetes is gone. It's going to be gone in 5 years. There won't be any diabetics. And the price of insulin won't constantly be going up. Used to buy 8 bottles of insulin at $20 each back in the 90s. Get off my lawn, dog. I was thankfully told in the beginning that I would need to learn to take care of my diabetes on my own, or the doctor could give me stated doses of insulin. Whoa, what? How does that work? God, I can't imagine. Getting diabetes in the 90s is a gift, because in the 90s, we at least had some level of care and management. Like, we had the digital tools in order to help manage, at least the beginnings of. Nowadays, my phone takes care of most of my diabetes, and I wish I had that all along. That would have been nice. Scientist person like you who likes to repair things. I figured out how it works. Oh, I see. That's a crazy one. That is a crazy one. Those guys doing the Android stuff with the diabetes management and control are so, like, they're such galaxy brains. I was like, man, I would love to be able to contribute to something like that. No. I don't know shit about shit. Why is this not working? What's going on? Oh, I see. I have to massage it a little bit. What's going on here? It's supposed to be like that. This is supposed to be down a little bit. I see. The brackets have just a little bit of wiggle room. Just a little bit. Bottle of water. All right, let me get this bracket in. It's not going to be easy to do. Oh, and I need to flip all these. Yeah, R and N. I remember R and N. CGM would tell me if my blood sugars are rising and I could counteract that with the Humalog. Yeah, it would have been nice, like, if, God, just having an up arrow and a down arrow indicator would be enough to really take control of diabetes. Just know that you're trending up or down. We get all this data from the CGM, which is fine. It's just like, yeah. I'm not knocking it either. It's amazing and actually totally changed my life, the CGM. I think the CGM is a more monumental invention in terms of diabetes care and management than the insulin pump. The insulin pump is neat, but the CGM is an amazing diagnostic tool. I don't know if I know what you're getting at. I'm not smart. I'm too stupid. Get that. This. All goodin'. What's goodin'? CGM seems to be the key tool for everything. Yeah. It needs to be accurate or reliable. The Dexcom system is, in fact, reliable enough that you don't have to do finger sticks anymore. And calibration is just a matter of popping the thing on your body and hitting go and waiting 2 hours. So it's come a long way. The original Dexcom that I was on, the system that had the big ol' LCD on it, was actually fairly accurate too. The Dexcoms have always been a little bit above and beyond what the other sensors are. But a lot of them are coming along. I mean, they're getting there. Yeah, you can see where all of those, because I've got high iron levels for some reason. It just runs in the family, I guess. But my high iron levels mean that every now and then I have to go in and get blood drawn. And they extract my blood into a bag, and they look me in the eye, and they go, your blood sucks. And then they drop it into the, yeah, I'm crying the whole time. But yeah, you can see I've got the scars from getting blood drawn in places where they were confident that they would be able to find the vein, but my veins are deep. My veins are too deep. It's a big problem, actually. But you can see the slight change in temperature. I've been wanting to bring this camera and just show the nurse. Like, it's here. It's right there. Stop poking me, please. Please. I guess I can do that just as a post right there, but that's like pretty short. And that's not going to be made up by another beam. Actually, what I wanted to do is I've got a bunch of near-infrared high-power LEDs, and I was thinking I could build one of those machines that does the near-infrared and then has a camera with an infrared filter on it. And so it'll see the blood, the near-infrared frequency bouncing off of the blood, and if you reproject that image back down onto the skin, you can do that in green, then it will show exactly where the veins are. It's like a vein finder. It's pretty cool. What is the device under your skin that's kind of oblong shaped? Device? You know devices? No, I got nothing. There's nothing under my skin. It's blood. Left arm. These are veins. There's nothing under my skin. I'm not a secret government tracker spy. And I haven't installed magnets into my hand in order to feel fluxes. I didn't do that. I want to be able to walk into an MRI without fucking exploding. I'm in your walls and in your skin. I'm watching you. I need short little manlet pieces that are in here. Oh my god, this stuff is so loud. Oh, we need these. We need these, we need these. Anything with a screw in it, I need to throw aside. Why is there so much? This was the top bin, And so it's been absorbing all of it. Oh, look, it's one of these. Only a certain select number, and actually, oddly enough, there are probably more people that would recognize this in my chat. This is a clip that goes on a patch for an insulin pump. So this would be where the tube clips into your body. It would have the, like, this is basically a repeat of the little, it's got like a little syringe tip and the tube comes out the other end. So this would clip onto your body and then lead to the insulin pump. But this is for blocking that patch, because if you unclip something from the patch, there are some sharp edges on it that you can kind of scrape yourself on. So you can plug this thing into it, and that'll render it rounded and keep from, you know, like scratching up your partner when you get intimate. That's what that's all about. Here's a little guy, a little plastic clip. No, there's nothing like that. Yeah, I can assure you that that was in fact a hallucination. I don't have any secret government tracking chips under my skin. See, these are cut pieces, and they're all kinds of different heights. They're not consistent. And while these are short, they don't quite make up for that extra distance. Another one of these. It feels like I'm running out of stuff, even though I've got this big pile of Maker Beam. I've got a big pile of this stuff, and yet I am struggling. That's good for that. I need one more of those. Maybe this. Yeah, there we go. So, rounding out this frame, I could do it like this. Yeah, that would actually work. That works perfectly. Okay, so we need to figure out how to do that. It's like that, and then where's the other one? This one's a little shorty guy. Could you confirm something for me? I've got my rails set up where the distance between the two flanges of the rails is 128.5 millimeters, meaning a panel cannot be longer than 128.5 or it won't fit. Huh? So the height, I think these calipers stopped working. Oh, these work. The height of this circuit board, at least, this modular, is 108.3. And then the panel, 127.8. And the width, 80.75. There you go. Distance for the holes, 118.8 on the inside of the holes, and the holes are 3.2. So 118, 121, center to center. Hovercraft racing. These are the weed whackers going by right now. Used to reverse engineer IEDs. That you have all 10 fingers means you did a good job. Which branch were you in? I was not military. Nope. I was a contractor, and I worked at the FBI's Technology Center, where we reverse engineered IEDs. Dances with Aardvarks is a good name. Does this have any compatibility with Eurorack? This is Eurorack, yeah. This is what it is. It's what it's. That's what it's. Maybe we can do... Oh no, I don't... Do I have any more of the bolts? I'm like running out of supplies for this stuff. It's really frustrating. I think I need to get a pack of screws. There's one. I need one more. Because I need double of everything. Just one more, bro. Just one more, come on. All I need. I cannot find these for the life of me. Hit you up later for good books on circuits where I'm the one risking my fingers. I don't have many of those. Yeah, we didn't work with explosives. Everything that was sent to us was disarmed. But we were coming up with documents on the functionality. Basically, the stuff you guys see me doing with the Eurorack module, with the M303, that kind of stuff, that was my bread and butter. That's why I've sunk my teeth so far into reverse engineering that circuit. Also, I can't find a circuit anywhere, and I figure if I do this, I could put it online, and maybe it'll help somebody out who's also the oh bother to Dave. I blew up my module. What do I do? Give it to me for a year, and I will fully reverse engineer it and then build my own. Using my knowledge. And maybe I'll fix yours along the way. No promises. There we go. I finally found another one. Jeez, that took a while. Videos several days ago. Wait. Oh. What is this? You're telling me the story of your life. I got 121.9 between center of holes. That's about, yeah, that's about. I left off the decimals when I did the calculation, but that is about what I got. You're right in the right range there. Oh, you're talking about this kid. I don't know, man. Why doesn't it ever it doesn't ever tighten up right at the right angle? That's where it tightens up. Maybe we can do this, hold on. Turn and do that. Yeah, look, right now, especially now, everything is rife for disinformation because what the FBI is doing is what the FBI does. They are investigating everything, and they know their job very, very well. People seem to filter through their own dumbasses what they think the FBI is doing. Somebody was castigating the FBI for having hosed off the roof. And it's like, look, they know their job. We didn't work with many agents. I mean, there was always somebody around, but, there's going to be misinformation for probably about a year until we start getting details about anything that happened out there. And it's not worth... scrutinize any source you hear. I've heard all kinds of crap, and yeah. Anyway, I got to see the room where they had the shoe bomber's shoes. Remember that? Remember the shoe bomber? They basically, when they keep evidence there, what they do is they have a room where there are tables, and there's very little else in that room except for the evidence. They keep it in one area when it's high profile enough. So it's sort of cordoned off in a room that, they barely clean the room because they don't have to, because nobody goes in there. That's how it goes. Internet be internetin'. It's interesting, though, this is the first attempt like that in the internet age. So we got to see information being disseminated and evolving in real time after that event. Pretty crazy stuff. Worth noting, worth studying. Just one more bracket, bro. I just need one more bracket, bro. Bro, just one more bracket. Were the pants in the same room? I kind of forget. I think it was just a pair of shoes. You know what? I think his underwear was there. Come to think of it. Now that I'm reflecting on it, I think his underwear was in that room. Jodie Foster. What are you talking about? that the right height? Yeah. This is harder to put together than I thought. Harder than I ever thought possible. He did it for really? Oh yeah, that was the guy that like yeah, and they all had MP5s for Jodie Foster of all. Hey, you know. Any thoughts to convey how you've had time to relax and reflect? What are you talking about? No. No. Right now, I mean, the only thing that I can do is like hardcore circuit analysis on this thing. And maybe I can probe around with the leads in order to figure out if there's any connections that I missed. There's not a lot. There's not a lot of places where that signal can go, but I might work on it a little bit tonight if I can muster the courage. If I can muster the courage to work on it. Courage for the scourge. Because I don't see that circuit doing anything. Clearly it has to be doing something. Otherwise, why would it have a test point on it? I mean, that's basic logic. I'm not always eating. If we weren't hanging out, I wouldn't be eating either. No, not good steady. No, we're in post-meal. We're post-meal. There's nothing good and steady about it, but it is coming down, so. I have to leave here soon. Army PT at the recruiters. Hell yeah, brother. I haven't lost a freaking pound, but I'm getting more fit. Yeah, that happens. You get fit for a little bit, and then stuff starts dropping off. So good on you, Oates. I will be here. You know where to find me, brother man. Putting these little things together to try to make a Euro rack stand with too few parts. I'm wondering where the hell I'm going to be getting some of these parts from. Oh, see, I just leave it up to my automation. Automation is very helpful when you have steady supplies. This stuff ain't cheap, though. It's like an automatic tax on your... just so you can exist. And everybody's different, too. Some people can thrive off of less intense management. Some people need all the whistles and bells. Come on, bud. There we go. Cool. All right, so for the most part, those are the side angle brackets. I do need something now to connect the two ends together. And it seems like if I want this to be hung like that, then it's going to need to be either 10 millimeter or 20 millimeters less, minus 20 on this, which I don't think I have, or maybe I'll have to put multiple pieces together. Well, the only problem is when I make a decision like that, like let's say I order delivery, right? I don't do that anymore. It's too expensive. I might get a pizza at some point in the near future. But anyway, let's say I order delivery, right? And it takes about an hour to get here. In that hour, what should I be doing? Well, okay, I can give all the insulin for the pizza. And then when the pizza gets here, it's hot and fresh, and I'm all juiced up on insulin. But shit happens. Shit happens a lot. I've had orders just not show up. I can cut these, but I don't want to. I don't want to cut these because the modular test stand, while it probably is going to be pretty permanent, might get taken apart at some point. So let's say I get all juiced up on insulin and I'm raring to go. You know, it's pulsing through my veins. I'm right. I'm all juiced up on insulin, ready to eat a pizza, and it doesn't show up. I guess I'll die. Like, okay, so then why not? Pizza gets here, and I give insulin, and I wait an hour and a half, and I have cold pizza. This is a little game we play. It's a little game we play. A test stand. Yeah, sorry, I meant to answer that. I just have been going in 10 directions at once. This is for putting modular synthesizer modules on a thing and being able to plug stuff into it without stuff going all over the place. Yep. No cards. Wait, what are you talking? No cards from what I hear. I asked the recruiter, he said he's offered cash. To bring him, what, a pizza? Wait, I missed the message. PT smokes your shoulders. Huh. Brother made a lot of sugar cookies. What, the MRE sugar cookie? Card that stops the drills from smoking you in basic. Oh, man. I know nothing about nothing. Wouldn't a soldering vise work? Well, it's what I used. It's not as good. I'd rather have a rack that I can put the front panel on. And then have stuff plug into that. I'm getting all the dust bunnies out of here as I dig through. It's disgusting. These are way too short. You know, I want to build something. I want to build something with my hands. Use my mitts. Huh. Your sugar cookie. Aw, that's very sweet of you. Cards you flash to a recruiter to stop them from being mean. What the heck? Is that what they're doing now? They don't just let you, they don't just rail into you? My first MRE had a dehydrated beef patty in it. Meat chip was good. We used to sustain off of MREs for Burning Man. I was never in the Marines. I just worked on the base. Which was funny because you would show up to work and you would hear and then like 10,000 guns going off, and then the FBI retraining, the FBI training center was right behind us too. So you would pull into your parking space, well, you'd pull into a parking space, getting ready for your day, and you would hear screeching tires, and you would hear and then like, oh, they just shot somebody. Like craziness. All right, struggling to keep up with chat. I need something that's slightly shorter than this. I have that. This one would work if I have another one. I probably need more than two, though. Yeah, Hogan's Alley. Hogan's Alley is hilarious. Hogan's Alley. Diagonally. Diagon Alley. It doesn't need to be a complete box. I just want to make a box. So if I do this, then I can use other brackets to put the two rails down. I think that's the way to go. The problem is I'm running out of fasteners. So I either need to find something that I've made out of MakerBeam and unalive it, or, well, that's what I need to do. There's no other alternative. I have a breadboard that'll have a couple brackets on it. So let's unalive my old stinky breadboard. This was MakerBeam on a breadboard just for the purposes of being able to hang stuff off of it. I had a touch screen that was on this, but this thing, I think I'm ready to let Protoboard PB103 go the way of the heroes. I think we can let this one go. This one is gross, and it's not really that photogenic. And I've got new breadboards because they cost $10. You got the same exact model. Yeah, they're pretty common. This one's good because it's got the universal rails running all over it. Those help you a lot. The problem with breadboards is that those clips won't always retain their springiness. This is something that Flatulent Gonad was telling me about, and I totally, it makes sense. You know, you plug stuff into these and it's not often always the exact width that it's supposed to be, and so it can actually keep them from becoming as springy, and then you try to use these precision resistors that have very, very little metal on them, and then it ends up just straight up not working. They just don't hold on to the contacts, and it ends up being a lot more frustrating than it should. So in that vein, I don't trust old breadboards anymore. Throw this one on the pile. All right, that gives us a couple brackets to work with. More than a couple, and then we can use cubes on the four ends to move stuff up and down. I didn't know I'd run out of the screws. I can't believe I did. You know, I've had like an endless supply of MakerBeam stuff for a long time. I mean, yeah, they're all weird brands. There's no real unity in that. There's like a billion different manufacturers, and depending on what day it is and what stuff they have loaded into the machine, they might choose to be a different brand. You can print anything you want on the panels of those things. All right, so let me cinch down this corner of both of them. Cinch down the corners, and then we can get the cross beams started. I guess I'm going to have to use brackets on the cross beams because I can't do the beam directly into beam thing. You need to like tighten it up somehow, and if you keep it from turning, it won't, you know, it doesn't work. So one of those, and I'll take this one. That one needs a nut. Nut over here. All right, so that's one bracket's worth. These are very screw heavy. I don't necessarily need to have every single one of these have a screw in it, but I'm just doing it because. I'm just doing it to do it. I'll probably, when we're done today, I'll probably order a pack of screws. Spare bedroom cleaned out, turn it into a man cave, kind of like what you have going in the place where you can work on things. It's tough. I mean, like for the longest time, I've had just wherever my desk is becomes the space where I can work. And wherever that desk is, I eventually get a large enough desk and put a soldering iron on it, and then you put the scope next to the soldering iron, etc., etc. When I started streaming, I said, you know what? It's time to actually get organized. And this was a workout room in the house, and so we cleared it up, we redid the drywall, we made a little storage closet in the back, which was a mistake. We shouldn't have done that, because I need more space. It'd be nice if I could use that storage space for my own means, because then all the 3D printers would go in there, along with the servers and some of the rack equipment and stuff like that. It'd be nice to have just a little alleyway behind my setup. I could get all the computers into a cleaner room. But yeah, so this became the one space in this house that I have agency over. Even then, I'm spilling out of it. But that's because I stream, and so these projects and stuff are kind of the mainstay. It's a normal person doing shop stuff in a shop room, you might not use it all the time, so you might not have it configured the way that I do. This is a little weird. The length this is crooked on the bottom here. It makes the whole thing lean forward a little bit, which I think is fine, but everyone eats in the rooms. What? All right, put that over there. This space is cool when my nephew comes over, because then I can teach him how to solder. I haven't done that in a long time, though. I'm gonna get him over here. I haven't visited my brother in quite a while. I think my dog's seen my brother more than I have. Workspace is like one of those number puzzles where you shuffle the numbers around. There's one of those in Hit the Road Sam and Max. That old game. I like those number puzzles because I always think I'm going to be really good at them, and then I end up coming up with sort of the beginning of what the algorithm is. Like, how do I swap these two? Oh, you need to go around or around to the larger thing, and then you bump one of those in there, and then this one goes, and it breaks you. It just breaks you. Like, I'm a broken man. I thought I knew how to get number 4 next to number 3. No problem learning how to solder. There are techniques, and if you follow the techniques, then you can do some pretty amazing stuff with the iron. But nobody teaches you those techniques. Nobody shows those techniques. That's something that I like to do on this stream. A lot of people have learned soldering through my methods. Hopefully they learned that my methods are just stuff that I made up. It's just things that I found to be helpful. There are, like, techniques you can... I saw some 1950s soldering videos that taught you how to do stuff. So you can follow those, but it's not necessarily the exact perfect right way to do it. And hopefully, through my stream, a lot of people have learned how to improvise with that kind of stuff. But you don't, you know... People don't necessarily know how to brace their hands, or how to hold things, or how to, come at a certain piece of a circuit to solder or desolder anything. I'm not saying personally. Watch Steve Ramsey's puzzle solving challenge and wouldn't even attempt to solve some of those. Yeah, there's some crazy puzzle people out there, aren't there? This is uneven, and it bothers me, but I guess I'm gonna soldier on. I guess I'm gonna soldier on, but it's like weird and uneven. Maybe I can even it out a little bit. That evens it out a little. Everything looks a little crooked. That's a box. That should be suspended. It's a little better. How about you? Yeah, that moves down a little bit. Just a little bit. It's part of the process with MakerBeam is getting it to square up. Square up. All right, let's see how they compare. Totally different angles. They're pretty even. That should go together all right. So, am I going to use corner cubes, or should I be using those other brackets? It depends on the length of the cross beams. Let's get the 2 beams in that'll hold up the modules, and then we can try to staple it from there. Now, these corner cubes use a hex key, not the MakerBeam bolt tool or whatever, the nut tool. So I need to find the right hex key for this. Hacko FX888. Because some years ago, most makers were raving about it. Kind of got a Weller, though. Are any of those super duper fluorescent colors? The thing is, like, soldering irons have come a long way, and it's strange because you used to have to spend thousands to get a really nice soldering setup. I spent hundreds, and I got a really nice soldering setup. It never fails, but you can buy these $100 soldering irons now that work just as well. Like $100. And suddenly you have this amazing soldering station. I actually wish I had more cubes, because then I could use my little feet. I bought these from Amazon, and these are actually for a car door. There's some like old American car uses these little bumpers, and they fit perfectly in the corner cube so that I can use the corner cube as a foot. Just a happy little accident. Yeah, what was it? Oat said something about... Oh, I gotta scroll up on Oatmeal Man. T push-ups, hand release, just the days of the illegal exercises. No cards. Army PT. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. I think he said something about chill stream. Oh, I didn't understand that message before. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with a lot of this stuff. Tema soldering from 15 years ago. My old soldering station Mo, I gave to a friend of mine. That was my travel iron for a little while, but it was nothing special. Lasts forever. Yeah, extreme affordability. These you can spend very little money and get yourself a nice soldering station, which is so much different than what it used to be. And it's good. It gets more people into this stuff, which is what, you know, it's great. Absolutely. All right, let's see. Those are all the corner cubes that I have. I'm running low on supplies, it seems, in certain areas. What do we have? I got 4 of one and 3 of the other. Are you kidding me? Wait, there was 1 corner cube on a post. I got that already. Damn it. 4 of one, 3 of the other, huh? So I guess that decision is made. We're not going to be using corner cubes anywhere else. We're just going to use these guys. Oh, wait, no, there's 4. There are 4. I have 4 of each. All right, so 1 set of corner cubes for the feet and the other set for the cross beams. We'll take these 2 as cross beams, and then I need to find these or the shorter ones of these that were totally useless. No, they're in there. I'll get them. Tweezers? Do we have tweezers? Do you think maybe the universe could allow for a pair of tweezers? I've had a weird relationship with tweezers because I got some splinters in my toes. So I had to go through my whole collection of tweezers in order to find just the perfect ones for splinter extraction. And in doing so, I may have shuffled things around a little bit. So my tweezers have potentially left. I do not know where they are. If they were on this table at some point, probably would have noted them. I think they might be on the other desk. Hold on, let me go look behind me real quick. Sometimes parts end up behind me. That's too much information, too personal. Share a lot with you guys. No tweezers on this desk. What did I do with them? My special tweezers. My special tweezers. I do contracting, so sometimes I get very, very busy. Where are you, tweezers? Oh, they're there. Right here. It's a Dora the Explorer time, is when I'm wandering around like I've lost my mind, going, where's my thing? And it's just right up on the screen. All right. You have to understand that viewers have figured out exactly my birth year through the references that I make, through things that I quote, things that I know. So I try not to divulge too much personal detail. Again, you know, stuff I've done for work in the past, things like that. You know, all that's content. fill the air, give me a little personality, give us something to talk about. But yeah, divulging. A lot of people ask that question. What do you do for a job? What are you doing? How do you work? What is this? What are you doing? And it's like, bro, I'm not an example of success. I'm not. And I just don't like going over those details. So there you go. That's my answer to that. They, you know, because people look at it and they go, man, you're so relaxed and you're so like sure about what you're doing and everything is totally cool and I want to live like that. I want to have that life. And it's like, no. You're not looking at my high point. All right, let's get these cubes in. So these will attach to the end, but I also need to attach them to these. So I will need a special kind of nut that slides in there. 1922. Ah, so I see you've seen my Steam page. We'll use the fancy brackets up top. These look better. And then, let's see, I can attach these on the end. Oops, wait a minute. I'm a grim, bloody table, or fable. Shit, I already messed that line up. With a grim, bloody ending. All right, let's do this. Sharing a public information. Jeez. All right, so get that guy on there. These are kind of tough to work with. But I've used these in all of my computer projects because they attach things very cleanly. So I'll do one like that. One like this. You gotta kind of drop it in and then catch it with the tool with the hex key. Question is, do I have four of these guys? Little slide-in goobers. And do they work? The first batch that I got of those things, they were all sized improperly. So some of them would get stuck. Uh-oh, this might be one of those. Nope, that one's perfectly fine. Of course, they don't have any friction in there, so if I put this thing down like that, they'll just slide from one end to the other. Yoink, 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 yoink. Get those in the middle. Come on, there we go. Let's see if I have two more. Two more of these things. Uh-oh. Okay, there's one. One more. Okay, there's another. Oh, I think these are the last ones, though. I don't think I have any more of these after this. We're going to use, like, if I do the Can Crusher tomorrow, I'm going to do the 2020. How do you feel about services like PCBWay? To me, it feels like, here's my intellectual property. Feel free to rip me off for price of some cheap circuit boards. I don't think they're allowed to use your intellectual property. I don't think they're actually using that. But, I mean, yeah, that's a thing. Like, if I'm working with, like, a company to build something, I won't use it, and, you know, maybe they have the facilities in order to build that stuff. If you're on a budget of, like, a company, you can get, like, a little PCB router or whatever it takes in order to make circuit boards. But if you're, you know, if you're balling it hobby style like we are, then it is a super good method to get your circuit made, because you get a professional circuit board. It's like a completely pro circuit board out of the system. And, it's amazing. It's not like I've never had access to something like that for like $5. I'm totally flabbergasted by the quality of the boards that come out of those places. Now, PCBWay, or one of those companies, wanted to sponsor me, and I haven't responded to that because I don't know if I'm comfortable with doing sponsors of that nature. But that's not to say that these companies aren't awesome. You get really good circuit boards out of it. I don't think, I think there's a contract involved in that, and I don't think they are stealing intellectual property, though. I'd have to go over the contract again, but I mean, you should probably just read up on the contract if you're concerned about that, because I think there are agreements as to what they do with that. I mean, Lord knows, maybe they're punching it into an AI or something. They're training, what is that, Altera to become sentient, so that you can just have your boss say, I want a circuit board that makes the thing do this. And, yes, sir. And it just prints out like a perfectly made circuit. And they've already had that. They've had that for quite some time. It's not difficult to... Listen, the term AI was being used in the circuit board design space long before it became popular recently. I'm talking like early 2000s. They're talking about AI to build circuit boards as part of a program that you buy, not as part of like a research endeavor. It's been around a long time. Just it's the language models that are new. Yeah, a fancy word for applied statistics. I think so, yeah. In a sense. More than just a sense. It's probably exactly right. I need one more of the little tiny chode screws. A little tiny guy. Let's see. It was in the pool. Small dick jokes, la 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 la. Okay, put that right there. Now we got this whole trapezoidal thing going on, and we can figure out how to staple one end to the other without the crossbeam. Can people on YouTube read Twitch chat? They have to look on the screen. It only shows up here. It's not being doubled into Twitch chat. So yeah, having an inter-platform conversation is possible, but it's a little bit impractical. Yeah, see, this will just do this. Do, 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 do. Just like that. Does that look all... It's all trapezoidal to me. We need a couple cross beams on this thing. That's just about at the right height, too. So, if I were to do cross beamus... Wait, why does that one fit perfectly? Wait, what the fuck? How does that work? Oh, because I have this space. Oh, that works great. So I can use these now. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Cool. Oh, I could just put brackets on this thing and I could staple it all down. I should probably have 1, 2, 3 of these, which means I'm going to need a lot of brackets, which means we're really going to have to harvest some of this stuff in order to get as many fasteners as I can find. Going through all the dregs here. And once I do those 3 cross beams, we're pretty much done. I can't do the corner cube feet because I don't have 4 of these inserts. If I could find 3 more of these inserts, maybe, but All right, so we've got like, I need a lot, actually. I need a lot of brackets. The screw order may be more necessary than I thought. Okay, at least get the one here. So where's that one gonna go? Like this, but then I don't want brackets to be up like on the bottom surface because I don't have feet yet. Here it's going to need that. I won't be able to get, I guess I could do a front bracket here. And it's possible that I could use this front panel to put some stuff on, at least the power switch. It's a mini towel drying rack. Yeah, you're right. These are all my towels I can put on this thing. Perfect. I have all these towels and no way to dry them. Lo, a solution has appeared. By God, there won't be a dry towel in this county ever again. We'll use these big corners on this one. Although this means way more fasteners than I think I want to waste on this, but I kind of want two on each beam. So 2 on each beam is... All right, so 2 here. I just get them from Amazon. I mean, that's easy enough. I got Prime for a reason. I mean, they just chuck stuff in a box and it ends up here in 2 days. And I don't have to pay shipping. Well, I pay what is it, $150 or whatever every year. But that means that I can make all these tiny orders. I don't have to, you know, lump my orders all together. I could spend the extra time figuring out how not to use Amazon, and that would probably be the moral thing to do at this point, but I practically live on top of an Amazon warehouse, so there's that too. Too many little bolts. Hey, what's up, Copper? How you doing? How you doing? How that was it? It wasn't ice cream, it was frozen yogurt. How'd that turn out? Do like this. I do 2 on each. 1, a 2. Bracket. It turned out great. Nice, nice. Get all these parts down. I need another corner bracket, but a full corner, a full 6-pin corner. That's this one right there. That was hard. More of these. Running out of everything. Everything's running out. Had to go to the ends of the earth to find all these odd parts. But I'm almost done. I actually made too much base for the ice cream maker, so I had to keep ladling out some, otherwise the overflow at the top. I've done making ice cream where you roll the thing back and forth on like the porch in order to really get the cold in there, but having an ice cream maker would be kind of fun. I guess I have to loosen everything in order to get this in here. I just purchased those rounded screens from AliExpress, the round OLED screens, because I'm going to use those for the oscilloscope, the modular oscilloscope, and it'll look really, really, really cool with that simple interface to have a round screen. It's the only place I can find those is AliExpress. Get a couple screws in all these so everything doesn't come apart. A stream of ice cream. We could make an ice cream maker. I don't know if I have enough basic DC motors to do that. Round OLEDs sounds a bit steampunk. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It actually, I think it's going to look great just because the interface on the oscilloscope is just like 3 modes and then the wave. And so viewing the wave with a round screen, I think is just going to be cool. I think that'll just bump the cool factor from a square screen. Yeah, we have an ice stream where I make a bunch of ice cream and then I eat it. And then my kidneys explode and I end up going diabetic ketoacidosis. Welcome to my DKA stream where I just scream uncontrollably because my blood is turned into acid. Live on Twitch. So a USB adapter kit for SATA hard drive was $12 on Amazon. The exact same thing from Ollie was $1.99. Yeah, well, with Ollie you have to wait a billion years. So is it worth $10 for me to not have to try to remember what project I was working on when the parts come in? Yes. Yes, it is. Round thing will make more around. There's one fastener in there. It's going to be a struggle to get the other ones in. We're going to have to find hardware for it. So I've got 3. I'm going to need way more. I need 8 for every single one. So now that I've sort of taken apart everything that I can possibly find, I think I need to search far and wide for another piece of MakerBeam hardware that I can take apart. I'm actually, shockingly, I'm not using MakerBeam in a lot of different places in the shop. I am using it for my computer. That's a totally different MakerBeam, though. That's the clear stuff. So where did all my MakerBeam go? What happened to it? What in the world? This would make a nice funny hat. You're very correct about that. I mean, other uses of MakerBeam are my spool holder over there, the end mill holder, burn the subs, not taking that apart. I had that prototyping board. I used to have a whole assembly that we built in order to take the cases off of Omnipods, but that got taken apart. I put all that back into the rest of the operations here. There has to be something superfluous in MakerBeam. Superfluous and MakerBeam. No, I don't want to take that apart. That's that touchscreen that I use for the file server. I think I'm up against the wall. I don't actually think I have more stuff. I don't think I have more stuff. Something over here that I can take apart. Nope. Nope. Interesting. So those bottom rails, I mean, I'm going to want to do the bottom rails. Maybe I can build a panel for that I can 3D print, and then I can hoist some electronics down there just on that panel. So I'd put one of the perf boards down there on some standoffs. Having feet for that would be nice too, but we'll figure that one out. Maybe I can 3D print it to have its own feet, and I'll put the little rubber things on the feet. That'll be good. Or just holes that I can put the rubber things through that will be feet in the end. I think that will defeat the feet, because yeah, I'm out of screws. That's so weird. So weird. Let's see about getting more screws. Maker beam bolt. I said bolt, so it took me to their bolt finder. Maker Beam has all this stuff in their listings as a company. Maker Beam M3 square head. Designed for. Is Maker Beam M3? Pack of 250 for $15. See, it's like $15 for 250 of these bolts is like ridiculous. It's completely stupid, but I don't have any. So suddenly this strikes me as being an extremely smart purchase, and that I'm not wasting my money. Keeper of Maps, 54 months with a woot. Oh, Keeper of Maps, thank you so much. I appreciate you hanging out with us on this channel. That tasted a lot like coffee. Why did that taste like coffee? This completely clear liquid that I just drank? Did I just take a big swig of coffee liqueur? No, it's seltzer water that was put in the glass that I drank coffee from earlier today. Yeah, so I explained earlier that this bolt is special because it has those squared edges. Those squared edges allow it to slip into the extrusion and not twist. So I'm going to order this, and I think I'm going to order a pack of these as well. Yeah, I'm going to order these too. I'm not doing all three of these together. So let me just put this cam up, and then I'll just order this. Buy it now. Actually, no, not buy it now. Let's add to cart. Oh no, there's 2 packs in the cart. Am I going to need 2 packs? Is that worth $30? Yeah, I'm going to get 2 packs. I don't want to run out. Purchased 3 times. Yes, thank you, Amazon. Add to cart. Wow. That is not cheap hardware. That is not cheap hardware in it. Free pickup available. Yeah, I bet the algorithm was pretty sure that it was like, wait a second. Oh, I can split them up or wait for Thursday. Tuesday, July 23rd, free. Or Thursday, July 25th. 23rd or 25th. Fewer boxes, fewer trips. What does that even mean? When I'm ordering two things, one's the 23rd and the other's the 25th. God, I gotta wait until the 25th for these? That sucks. Place my order. There we go. All right, so I'll never run out of those. One has a smaller carbon footprint. What, because less of it is shaved? You should have bought them on Prime Day. How would I know? I'm not psychic. Often find that split your order sees everything arrive on the other. Huh. I don't know what splitting my order would do in that case. It doesn't matter to me. Tuesday versus Thursday, because the part that isn't vital is coming in the longer amount of time. So. Oh wait, I didn't need to buy those the insert. Oh wait, yes I did, because now I can use the corner cubes as feet. So we'll have feet sticking out of the bottom here, which means I can make a flat plate for this whole thing, and then have fasteners sticking through it to do things like standoffs. I don't know what Maker Beam was doing for Prime Day, and Prime Day is multiple days anyway, so I could check again. But I did order a bunch of stuff for Prime Day, and it's all coming here today. So I have a lot of unpacking to do. And maybe we'll look into something cool on Friday. The miniature chainsaw does not get here, though. That doesn't get here very quickly. I looked at all the shipping statuses, and I saw that it's like really disappointing because I wanted to have a miniature chainsaw. Can I sign up for Prime Day without having to pay for Prime? So it gives me the opportunity to cancel in 30 days. You can figure this one out on your own. I'm going to leave you to that. I trust you. Okay. So, I'm scraping by. I've run out of fasteners, which is kind of a weird place to be. This won't be a problem in the future, but I'm going to need more than, well, at least 8. I need at least 4 more. You'll see eventually, Keeper of Maps. You'll all see. I'll show all of you. I'll show you. See, I'm also going to need these fasteners in order to put the modules on the rail. So that's another little thing. And, oh, this violated the principles of my design. This was not supposed to be blocked off. I guess I'll just live with it being blocked off. It was supposed to be just hanging in the air so that I could slip the fasteners onto it. Oh, really? You're asking somebody else? My bad. I don't follow chat very well. I have never streamed before. I don't know how to follow chat. Yeah, I think this thing would square up once I get all the stuff on, but in order to do that, I need more fasteners. I need to have 4 more of those little screws. Cattle have regional moves, with jerseys being deemed as the pretentious by other cattle. This is your sub-message? That's actually pretty good sub-message, to be honest. Mr. Copper, thank you for the 17 months. Yeah, animals have accents, so your moos and your meows and your barks have regional accents. If you like a corgi barking on TV versus a local corgi barking, they have different barks. And I guess it's sometimes down to the dog, how big the vocal cords are and stuff like that. But apparently there's regional dialects, which is hilarious to me. That's really cool. Like, yeah, who's this guy over here? What is he mooing? I don't understand a thing he's saying. This is some weird accent that this guy has. Some kind of weird, stupid accent that he has. I don't listen to this guy. He's mooing weird. Hey. Our cows are just better. Oh, there's the pretension coming in. They're calling me pretentious. I'm going to lead by example. Yeah, I'm going to do that front beam. And the front beam I can slide them onto, so I think I might have enough. I think I need 2 more. I found a bracket in there that had a couple bolts on it, so. Wrong Joyzy? Hey! What are you talking about? Mountains. Mountains of Joyzy cows. I predict 111. I don't know. Everybody's always all over the place with vocal fry. Nobody knows how to properly use voices. It has its uses. Fuck those guys. Wait, what jersey are we talking about? Wait a minute. Jersey cow, regional moves. Oh, Jersey being not the new one. We're talking about old Jersey. Wasn't that used to be called Old Amsterdam? Or is that Istanbul? I feel just liked it better that way. I don't know. You know, I probably didn't need to order these because I think I have 4. 1, 2, 3. Or no, 1, 2, 3. The third is this one. Ah! Oh well, I'm gonna have plenty. Yeah, I have enough. I can do the feet today. Okay. Shit. Maybe that's not the best outcome, but I can do it. I can do the feet for this thing. I don't know why you would think that I would read the name Joyzy, an accent, and not do silly voices. You did this to yourself. With this John over here. 1, 2. 2 more. Come on, baby. I know you's in here. Actually, I could probably use these rounded ones. That's actually totally fine. Although they're not gonna... surface area be damned. I think these would actually be fine. Because it's not like I don't need a thing to go into the side of it. Because I'm just using it as a foot. which is kind of a waste, but do I have 3 of the rubber pads? I didn't even check this. I didn't even check this. 1, 4 rather, 2. Good to use these. Come on, baby. 2 more. 2 more. Need these cubes. 2, 3, 4. This is the curse of 3s. Yeah, curse of 3s struck again. I don't have 4 of them. Hiss. I have 3 of them, and then I have this like rubber piece that goes over the end of one, but that doesn't really get us there. I wonder, is there one in this bin? This would be the other place to find one. What's with it? It's cool. We did this a long time ago. OctoJ, my old moderator, would routinely get annoyed that I would constantly burn myself on the soldering iron. And so, as a result, he bought, or he said, like, look, I'm going to get a big return on my taxes this year. We should look into doing something like a thermal camera so that we can see how hot things are on stream. Well, that's a great idea. So what we did is we both went in for whatever it was worth on getting a thermal imager. And that thermal imager was an open source project. It was a little bit expensive. Uses a lepton image sensor. The thing about lepton is they have, it's FLIR, lepton, and they have like kind of a corner on the market, and they have a particular palette, and that palette is copyrighted. But what we were able to do is put together the open source thermal camera project. And what that allowed us to see, well, the original version of the open source thermal camera is, you know, very low resolution, gives us a pretty good image. The original camera was like 2 frames per second. A lot of the times there's technical limitations on it, but nowadays the limitation on frame rate and resolution in thermal imaging is all because of ITAR. It's because of export restrictions. They don't want you to be able to make like a missile out of their thermal stuff. There are overseas companies that make better ones. We've had thermal imaging on the stream for a while. It's been a long time. We've had it for quite a long time. This particular version of it, it's been through a lot. This particular version has a custom 3D printed exterior, and I think that's it. It just has a custom exterior to keep the whole camera together. It sits on a Group Gets thermal imager webcam platform, which has this insidious Molex connector that is not sanctioned by Lepton, and it drops the actual thermal imager out of it constantly. It is very annoying. What direction? Wait. Lefty loosey. It drops the thermal camera. So what I've had to do... Why is this not separating? What the hell? So what I had to do is build a case around it. But once I did, everything is nice and happy. And so we have thermal imaging co-witnessing the camera on a webcam that has decent enough frame rate and decent enough resolution. Why can't I talk? It has good resolution. But that was tough to achieve. Why is this so messed up? What happened to this? It's like the screw got captured in there and completely cross-threaded. Fujifilm is an IR camera, military and police ID are required to purchase freely while needing state permission and a case made for scientific purposes. Holy shit. Well, no, overseas they're catching up. The thermal imagers that are coming out of China are getting better and better. So the thought is maybe I could get one of those. I wouldn't need military ID in order to do it. Why is this like this? I think something got into the beams, the bemis, and corroded it or something. Because these are rough. I'm trying to get hardware out of them, but they're just like trapped. Holy crap. What in the world? I don't see anything in particular. But they don't move. See if I can attach to something and pull it out. There's one. Oh wait, I don't want this to be totally tightened. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Come on. That's stuck. I hit my thumb. Ow. I think what happened is these over-tightened and then they dug in a little bit. Dr. Noisemo! Try warming them up with a heat gun. I didn't try that. Instead, I just completely extracted them and probably ruined the threads. Yeah, those threads are in bad shape. It almost looks like they weren't threaded, and this is just twisted on it. I don't know what I was doing. Yeah, heat would probably be a good idea, but I don't know. I think these are permanently stuck. Something happened to these. They may have twisted in and dug in. What else could I do? I could do this. Oh, there's hardware inside of it. There we go, that's one. Sort of. This is not big hammer. No, this is a little hammer. He's a little guy. Just use a little hammer. Oh yeah, that's the emote. That's the emote that Distant Cacophony made. She came back to streaming recently. I don't know, somehow Kitty with a Knife came up in emote talk, and Cacophony decided to jump on that immediately. So she made that cute little one. I generally don't find these to do that. They don't typically do what we're observing right now. It's possible that I got some kind of crazy chemicals on this. I may have used it as something to help me like anodize aluminum. So it's very likely that I put these in some kind of chemicals. That's why they're all messed up. What is modular synth? Oh, it's that thing. It's right there. What people decided is that since their synthesizers had all of these very similar functional blocks, they could take those functional blocks and actually make them cooperate with each other at a certain voltage level. And so once you standardize those voltage levels, you can put a bunch of different modules together in order to create a synthesizer, a thing that makes music. In our case, we're using Eurorack, and I'm making myself a little test stand. I'm starting to bend my hex key, I think. No, I think it's okay. I mean, I could go get my pin tools and use those, but I think generally I'm just going to give up. That stuff, feels like battery acid. Why does that feel like battery acid on my skin? Huh. I think that was from when we were anodizing stuff. And it might actually be an equivalent of battery acid. Let's just clean that off. That was that low alkali anodizing stuff that we did with the computer project. I have not uploaded that to YouTube yet. I need to get back into doing the VODs. I got 100 more to go through, and I just can't bring myself to work on it. Alternate semi-standard 500 series of different pinout to have higher available than mod. Why? Alternate to what? Modular synthesizer? There's a couple different standards, but more power to the modules. You don't need that. None of this stuff is high power. The Raspberry Pi module was controversial because it needs a lot of current. Generally, these are not that crazy. Did I miss anything? No, I think I got all of chat. All right, so unfortunately, feet were a bust. I don't have enough rubber doohickeys in order to make feet, and I'm not about to order more because these barely had an application to start with. What do I don't know what the 500 series is. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what that is. Drop all that stuff in there. Move this away. Okay, blah, 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 blah. This thing. Take this apart. Now I've got more hardware. We're really scraping the barrel here to try to provide hardware to this project. I did not expect this to be the outcome, but here we are. We just gotta deal with it. These are the times that we're living in. Oh, this got stuck. What the hell? You sons of a bitches. Okay, let's do this. There we go. Why is all my hardware effed up? Yeah, okay. These two. We're getting there. Basically, we're building the frame today, and then we'll figure out electronics at a later date. Possibly even tomorrow. Depends on what I feel like working on. And then I can make, you know, we can plan out and make panels for this and 3D print them. Are you talking modular synthesizer? Because I've never heard of the 500 series. I don't know a lot about modular synthesizers, so it's totally reasonable that I haven't heard anything about it. Totally reasonable. I gotta kind of rethink the design, though, because I kind of violated one of my initial design principles right off the bat by using the corner cubes on these beams. Maybe we'll just be okay with it, and I'll just keep a couple extras and just have sliding bolts to put the modules in, but I was supposed to be able to slide the hardware in. General audio module standard. Oh, it's one of those rich people things. No, I don't mess with that. Now, we do Eurorack. Eurorack is nice. But it would be kind of cool if I had one of those rack mount 500 series things. They're so expensive, though. Everything in that world is just so expensive. It's just way too rich for my blood. But if I did, then I could put all of my audio filters for the mic on that. And then I could have that in the rack over to my right. Of course, I don't exactly have a ton of room on that rack. But it would be cool to be able to have, like, my own custom audio kind of thing going on that way. It would cost thousands of dollars, though. Unless I found a church that had recently exploded and I could go in there and raid them. What's that stuff go for on eBay? Like, just the case, just the 500 series, like 19-inch rack module. Isn't it like $1,000 just for the case and not the modules? Craziness. Get my de-esser for another $1,000. My audio filters were free. They were free. I'm thinking about turning that one little box that I have into an audio filter, like an EQ and compressor for my audio. We could make it all analog. Part of learning all of this analog stuff is that I can put it to use in the near future. $500 for a 10-slot chassis. Yeah. Yikes. I ain't buying that for $1. I mean, I could even do a Eurorack to 19-inch and then use filters, use Eurorack style modules. You need to attenuate going out of a Eurorack, though, if you're going to go into any audio system. Since the audio standards is ±2 volts here, and your typical audio system is way less. Okay, so that's as much as I can make on this. Now I can loosen all this stuff up and make sure that it sits flat, because it's a little wobbly. Why buy when DIY? Yeah, exactly. This is specifically for Eurorack stuff, and this is so that I can have some presence of the module as I'm working on it. For instance, if we were doing the M303 and I put all that hardware back on it, I could then put it up like this and have it here, and then have another thing that does gates and stuff like that. I can put all that stuff together on this system. This is actually going to hold a lot, but it'll also organize things a little better so that I have a definite input and output from stuff. It'll help things be cleaner. Now, the next part about this is to design the front panel, maybe not a back panel, just a front panel, and have a floor on the thing. The floor is functional because I can put a perforated prototyping board down that has the power supply. And so I can plug things into the power supply that way. And I can test the modules and hook them up to the scope appropriate, as deemed appropriate, you know? So I think we did a pretty good job. Let me see if I can find enough bolts to put this thing up there. And we can, here, I can put a couple of the screws back on so that we can mount that front panel. I have them all stored away over here. The Dave's module pile. Just so we can hold on that front panel. I'll probably want to put all of them on when I start using it, but for now I can just do this. I'm really scratching my head about that one part of the design of this thing where I've got this circuit and nothing comes out of it. It's like a perfectly normal oscillator circuit, but nothing comes out. It's all isolated. It only connects to power. 3 different powers, but it still only connects to power. I'm going to find a fastener for these. It's very vexing. Actually, I should probably get all of them. Let me get all of them. All of the fasteners so I don't lose anything. We won't do the knobs right now. Get all these things over here. There's a lot of little parts. Go. This will help me put the circuit board in a holder, and I'll just have everything nearby, and I can just, you know, operate it with its own little power supply, so I don't need to hook it up to the big one. Of course, I gotta keep it from wobbling, but I want to put a module in it just so we can see it. Just so we can see it do stuff. I could try to make a universal module tester, but I think that's a little bit much. There is a mutable instruments design for that. I don't know if that suffered from the website being end of life or not, whether I can find that design anymore. I think I saved it to my computer, though. I don't know if I have the software for it. Those compiling, it's so, like, that microcontroller is so strange to work with. STM32. Be nice if it could all be Arduino. My hand is cramping. Hand cramp. Stop it. Stop cramping. These are very easy to cross thread because they're going onto plastic. So I need to be particularly gentle with them and make sure that they go in flat. And I don't want to scratch the anodization on Dave's beautiful module. I should 3D print some protectors for these what are for the sockets, so I have a nice soft plastic on the front so it doesn't scratch anything. That's something I can design. We can design that tomorrow if we're doing panels. If I'm not doing hydraulics, pneumatics, sorry. There's no water. There's no water. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? All right, let's get the rest of this thing onto our little design. Ah, damn it. Come on, slide in. Quit being a diva. Wait, what was that? Doesn't modular synth, where did that go? Make you hungry for spaghetti. No? Why would... I mean, maybe a little... It does kind of look a little bit like spaghetti. Looks a little spaghetti-y. I'm always... Look at me. I'm always hungry for spaghetti. What are you talking about? We don't need a modular synthesizer to get hungry for spaghetti. I'm always... That's my secret. Okay, those are all on. Beautiful. So let me get some fasteners in here and see how this thing sits. Oh, do we have them? I don't have them. I don't have fasteners. What are you talking about? I need 4. I've got 1. One of the square ones. These are round. Those don't work. Okay. When it comes to testing, we can't. There's another one. All things considered, I can put the bolts through and hold the fasteners so there's only nubs sticking out if I want to quickly remove and reattach these things. If I want to Now, are these going to be okay in M3? Barely. Okay. M3 is barely acceptable. What's 2? Let me put 2 in. That means I need this. This is not what I wanted to have happen here, is to have it closed off like this and need a... where did the hex key go? It's down here somewhere, I think. No, not. This is where I use the bit screwdriver and have that. I guess it's one of these. Perhaps it is this one. There we go. And that... Actually, it should go this way. I don't know where all of my MakerBeam stuff went, because I used to have a lot of it. I've built a couple, like, stands for stuff, and the computer. But one of the entire computers is not around anymore. So why am I missing all of my MakerBeam? What do I feel like? I feel like I haven't made anything with MakerBeam, and somehow my supplies are completely dwindled. All we built was a little dollhouse, and it completely obliterated all of my supplies. Maybe I didn't have as much as I thought I did originally. I thought I was all stocked up. Here's another one. I need 1 more. I used to be inundated with this stuff. I don't get it. The last ditch resort would have been going to one of my other screw bins and looking in there, because they sometimes fall in. Although I did try to wrangle those. I tried to get them away. I need 1 more. 1 more. I am going to be completely overwhelmed by the amount of screws that I have soon, of MakerBeam screws. But I guess that's okay, as long as I'm using them. Like, what else did I build? It seems like there should be something big that I built out of MakerBeam, because I bought multiple of the MakerBeam kits. Multiples. Oh, another thing is that rack fan thing, and that's sitting over there. It's a 19-inch rack panel with 3 120mm fans, and then a light and a little controller on it. That thing's like a dead project. That thing is no longer necessary in anything. That would be the only other place that I've done anything with MakerBeam with. That's so weird. I thought I had more. Just one. I'm just looking for one. Just one MakerBeam bolt. Oh, I found one. There it is. Ask and receive, huh? That happened very rapidly. All right, so if I release this, I bend this up a little bit. I gotta get the bolt fully out in order to... No! Happy birthday to the ground. Couple more of these. The whole point of this is that it is open frame because it is a test module. 1039. 1039 used to be a radio station around here. I'm gonna have to find another one. I'm never gonna find that one. Or I'm gonna step on it when I'm in socks. I don't know where it went. I do not know. I'm gonna just find another one. There's one. No, not right there. There's gonna be another one in here, though. There has to be. My hardware situation is getting dire. It's getting dire. I don't understand. I usually have tons of these things. They're sticking out of every orifice. There's one. You gotta kind of like calibrate what you're looking for versus what you're seeing in front of you. Every time I add, if I do like another module, I'm going to have to add, why doesn't that tighten properly? I'm going to have to add screws by releasing that. That's going to be an annoying thing. And then to this, I can add modules that will allow me to do testing. So in the future, maybe even the oscilloscope module can go on this. Oh, what the? I got it to the perfect size right off the bat. Maybe a little bit less than perfect, but still close to perfect size. That's weird. That's a weird one. There it is. Wow. I didn't expect that. The perfect size. Ton of these. Yeah. I've been talking in so many weird voices today. Tonadis. These nuts. Got him. So yeah, I'm gonna need to find like modules that I can do testing with. Like something that does gate with like a button. I could build, I'll probably end up building these testing modules. But I'll have to make a list. I am out of nuts. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna have to order MakerBeam nuts. I have to hop on Amazon. Hop on Amazon, order some nuts. We'll put a power supply down here. I'll have, I don't know, maybe I should have some signals coming out of the front of this thing. Whoa, I just heard something big roll across the floor. That or it was thunder. Is it storming out? I don't know what the weather is. My window is cracked. I'm cracked. What's it doing out there? Hold on, let's take a look. Ooh, it looks dark. I think it's gonna storm soon. Our generator finally came on. After 2 years of having a generator. During yesterday's storm, it finally kicked on. And then I discovered that my mother's computer is hooked up by, get this, the plug strip is plugged into the wall, and the power supply, the backup battery supply, is plugged into the plug strip. So everything on the desk is plugged into that plug strip, but the computer, which is plugged into the battery backup, using its plug strip, not the battery backup terminals. I was like, who set this up? What the hell's going on? So now everything's sorted out, so now her computer won't explode when the power goes out. But she wasn't using the battery backup at all, and it was just being used as a plug strip. Okay, so in my attempts, yeah, I know, it's utterly ridiculous. In my attempts to clean up the desktop, I now have this frame. We're gonna work on putting like a base on the frame. I'll make something that bolts in and has feet, and then on that base plate, we can put the power supply. Actually, the power supply would typically go on the back panel, but I want to keep this open. I want to keep this mostly open. That's common sake. Yeah, having one half of your battery backup be a plug strip is not a good look, and I don't think they should do that. I think the battery backup should have one plug on it, and if you want to plug that into a plug strip, plug it into a plug strip. But other than that, the battery backup should not have surge protector plugs. I mean, it's all well and good. I guess you can monitor how much energy your computer setup is taking, but I still think it's irresponsible to have non-battery backup plugs on the back. It's like you want to buy those kid protectors and put them over that. So yeah, and then if I want to put, like, you know, I won't need filters on this, but, you know, other rack hardware, I've got a couple spaces where I can put things. And then a Tenu mixer. I should probably buy another one of these Tenu mixers. These are actually pretty good for audio output to stuff. And put that over in this corner and give this some mini speakers. They did. They color-coded the sockets. They've got the ones that are battery backups have, like, marking around them. But when you're crawling around under a desk to try to plug something in, you're not necessarily going to pay attention to that. At least by example, I know that my folks didn't do that. And they had it plugged in all stupid. So when my hardware gets here, and I need to remember to order everything, because I'll want one more beam up here. I just don't have the hardware for it right now. So one more beam up there, and then that completes the frame. Very simple thing. We just kind of struggled to get all the hardware together because of the way that I organize things. I'm going to clean up this desk. I'm not going to needlessly prolong my stream. You know, we do long streams here sometimes, and sometimes I just run out of project, and that's what's happened here. We don't have anything that's only going to take up like a little bit of time. I got to start getting into design and start measuring some of this stuff and getting that all together. So, but yeah, now I've got a place where I can host modules. We're going to get this to be more functional. We're going to get a power switch on it, and then I can plug this in and not have wires all over the desk going, you know, over there to power, and then I can have some functionality internal to this that will allow me to test things like the M303. So I'll probably need, I don't know if I'll need a VCO, but I definitely need a voltage control knob. I'll have to get together what all that functionality is going to be. There's a lot of stuff to figure out. 104, 111. Yeah, that was close. A magnetic socket holder. Now, I like these. These are fine. I don't need to buy something like that, but I'll keep it in mind. I mean, a magnetic socket holder sounds kind of neat. I would need it to be very strong because those things need to hold all of my sockets in a tool chest, sometimes a tool bag, especially when I'm, like, you know, going to the junkyard and stuff like that. So those are annoying, but they're annoying because they hold the socket really well when you throw it in a tool bag. So that's why I got what I got. All right, so we're waiting on hardware. Let me order nuts while I have it. Well, I've got nuts on my mind. I need to order them. So I'm just going to go to Amazon again. Amazon, Maker Beam Nut. Give me that nut. Where are that nut? No, not those. Not those, not those. They gotta sell a big pack of nuts. Who doesn't love that? I guess I could look for M3 nut, but I would like them to be MakerBeam style. It doesn't appear that they... Well, let's just look here. Let's just look at their store. It's like, I don't need that. I definitely don't need that. Strange. Those are for XL. This is from seller MakerBeam. How do I go specifically to MakerBeam? Upload a video about this product. Sure. Amazon. Berwin, videos about this stuff. Purchased 4 times. Where are they going if I've been purchasing them so much? Actually, I do. Okay, that's where a lot of this stuff... No, wait a minute, no. That was 2020 Rails. The Burn the Subs, the original Burn the Subs, did use a lot of those. Did it? Yeah, for putting the linear bearings on. When you put the linear bearings on, you use a lot of those. Where do I choose the store, though? Just do MakerBeam. See, I want to pull up their store. About the item, business. Frequently bought together. MakerBeam. You do all kinds of cool stuff with this. What is that? Looks like it's a submarine. That's cool. Huh, I guess I can't. Okay. They're a seller on Amazon. Give me that nut. Where are the nuts? Did they not sell them? I guess I could just do M3 stainless steel nuts. Newt. 200 pieces for $5.99. I don't know how shiny are these. I guess that's all right. Yeah, that kind of looks like what we have. We're sure this is M3. 2.2 millimeter thick. Let's check. Where is my caliper? Every time I use a tool, I like lose it. It's gone from existence. I just have no ability to find it again. I'm getting 2.28, so I think these are the same thing. Distance 5.5, 5.4 if we go with the... Are they doing from the flat to the flat? Yeah. 5.5, and this is 5.41. Seems like that might be a little big. 5.42. And it's supposed to be 5.5. Actually, that is wrong. What are the dimensions on some other ones? 100 pieces for $4.99. Jeez. Dimension S for M3. Oh, here we go. 7 to 6. M3 now. 5.5. 5.4 to 5.5. Ah, this is more honest. It varies. And this is 5.41. So it should be somewhere between those two numbers. So that makes sense. So these are the correct thing. Oh, let's just double check that M is 2.2. M for M3, 2.4 to 2.2. Okay, that's accurate. I'll get this one. Back to this camera, where you guys can't see any of my details. Bye now. July 25th. All right, it'll get here about the same time. I am going to be completely inundated with hardware, with MakerBeam style hardware. I guess everything I do from now on should be MakerBeam or bust. All right, well, thank you guys for joining me for this little razzle-tazzle. Not a whole lot going, with this, but this is the start of just a little functional thingy that I can strap stuff to. and I can make basically whenever one of my friends blows up one of their modules, or if we're calibrating something, or if we're programming a module, I can slap it onto this thing and we can power it, and then I can also get a couple of the other signals that we need in order to test it. So, okay, that's it for me. The end card, I didn't program the end card today. It's got just all kinds of weird information on it. You guys can find me on Discord, though. We'll be back tomorrow. We're either going to work on this thing, or I'm going to try to do something, you know, with pneumatics. I'm not sure, though, because I don't know where all my pneumatic stuff is. So we need to kind of get stuff together with printing front panels, too, so that I can use this module testing rack in order to tune the VCO and make it as functional as Julian wants it to be. There's a lot of stuff to do. We're getting through it, though. I may or may not spend a little bit of time on the schematic tonight. I might probe around the circuit to try to figure out, you know, why is there no in or out from that particular part of the circuit. Maybe I'll have some answers tomorrow, no promises, but I will definitely be streaming, and I'll be here on my own, just me and the puppy. So I'll see you guys then. Until then, check out some of this stuff. Thank you, bro. Any preference to call you brother? You can call me Bother. Some people call me Jesse. Some people call me James. Use any of those that you want. I don't care. You can call me Buddy, although that's weird. Hey, buddy. No, I don't like that. Maybe you shouldn't do that. All right. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one. See you on Discord, and I'll see you tomorrow.